Ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. All you ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. Just do it, 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 do it now. Lick it good, suck this just like you should. Right now, lick it good, suck this just like you should. My neck, my back, lick my pussy and my crack. My neck.
Dude, you just touched Christy Boner's hoo-hoo.
Shibby!
Low five. Yeah.
Let's get out of here.
Ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. All you ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. Just do it, 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 do it now. Lick it good, suck this just like you should. Right now, lick it good, suck this just like you should. My neck, my back, lick my pussy and my crack. My neck.
You just touched Christy Boris hoo-hoo.
Shibby!
Low five. Yeah.
Let's get out of here.
Ladies pop your pussy like this.
And away we go. Oh, hello, hello, hello. Let me just double check something. Let me just double check. Go live. Perfect, perfect. What is up, Dewey? I think it's just you and I, bro, which is more than enough. Let's do it for Dewey. Do it for Dewey. The people said, read it, and they will come. So let's see. Let's see if the people come. Let's see. And I'm going to share my screen. What's up, Dewey? Oh, 1 sec. I got myself playing. I did it again. I got myself playing in my other ear. And it's like an old show. It's not even a recent one. So if I do the one I'm talking about now, that'd be great. But for some reason, I screwed that up. Let me see. 1 second. I'm going to close this window down on my other laptop. 1 second. At least I'm really close to it. Boom, boom, boom. So what's up, guys? Streets are busy again, I guess. It's Friday night. I'm just going to start with the show. People will eventually come if I stay on long enough. If I don't quit like a big baby, right? Let's see. Let's see. I've decided. Ooh, I found the there is a oh, no hurry, bro. No hurry. I'm gonna start in a little bit. So let's see what happens here. Oh, I sound great. I sound great. Let's do this for the people. Mute. Alrighty, so first things first is, I guess for the people catching the replay or anybody showing up, here we go. I'm sharing my screen, the entire screen. Check this out. This has been, you know, how we, this is dedicated to Becky B. Whenever she gets here, we'll figure it out. Becky B in the house has decided to, she found, I remember how I asked if we can get, special requests for show ideas. Well, Becky B, if she's in the house, I don't know. What's up, Abby? Oh my gosh. Here it is, special request. Oh, Abby did come. Oh my goodness. You guys, the show's begun. Look at Becky B, Abby, and Dewey's getting a coffee. This is a special request dedicated to the lovely Becky B. She sent this to me via email. It's top secret. Becky, how did we keep this quiet? We had to put, she had to make me sign one of those NSA thingy, whatever they are. NDAs. So I wouldn't talk, but this is it, Becky. Glad you're here because I was going to play it and I knew you'd come. I've been holding on to this for a couple hours and I've been, let's just play it, guys. We have to play this. This will all make sense in a few seconds. We've been looking for a new story to talk about. We've been looking for a new topic. Here it is, right here. For Fishy. Fishy's here. Abby's here. But this is Becky B's. Don't you try to steal the spotlight from Becky B. Here we go. This is our new story we're talking about for the next 6 months. Here we go. I'm sharing the audio. Oh, okay, here we go.
We're still working on the being nice to people part. But maybe I shouldn't work on that too much because he obviously took care of the house.
Tonight, a 6 on Your Side exclusive. A Meridian man's pet squirrel literally goes nuts on a would-be burglar. The man returned home last week and discovered someone broke into his house and tried to steal his guns.
The burglar able to grab a few small things before things got a little squirrely. 6 on Your Side's Lacey Darrow live in studio with the exclusive story.
Don, Michelle, some people have guard dogs, maybe even a protective cat, but it's a Meridian man's pet rodent that's being hailed a hero. Adam Pearl walked into his Meridian home.
Oh my God. I must interrupt this breaking news story. Holy fuck. We got a sighting. I seen him. Oh my goodness. Who the fuck is this guy? Howdy. You spelt it wrong. It's Gowdy, bro. What's up? Where's my Gowdy, man? Oh my God. Breaking news, Habs. Did you find this guy? Did you? You found him? Well, whatever you did. Oh my God. I owe you big bucks. Oh, unindicted. What's up? Fishy's here. Everyone. This guy's been found. Oh my God. The world is good. The world is good. Let's do this. Finishing next 6 months, guys. We're talking about this only.
Tuesday and realized something didn't seem right.
I came in the front door and, well, I saw snow prints out in the front driveway going to the back of the house. And so I thought something was awry because nobody usually goes through the yard.
Adam was immediately greeted by his pet squirrel Joey when he got home, but then he started noticing a few doors were open. After making his way to the back bedroom, his fear was confirmed once he started looking at his gun.
Is the video? Oh, it's okay. Sorry for the interruption. It looked choppy on my laptop. Is it choppy? Should I turn it down a bit? What is it at? It's at 720. I don't think it's choppy. It's just my laptop. Ignore that. No more breaking news. Oh, breaking news. I remember this guy's been found. Let's go. Let's do this for the people.
Unsafe.
I started looking at it and I saw the scratches that were around the walking area. And at that point, I knew somebody was definitely in here messing around.
Adam called Meridian Police, and when Officer Ashley Turner came out to take a look, Joey just had to say hello.
And during her investigations, Joey had run in the bedroom just screwing around like he always does between her legs and kind of startled her. And she says, "Whoa, what was that?" I said, "Don't worry about that. That's just Joey. Pet squirrel, you know."
Officer Turner asked Adam if Joey would bite.
I said, "Well, he usually doesn't bite, but you never know because he is a squirrel."
Officer Turner went on her way, only to return a few hours later with some of his stolen belongings and some unbelievable news.
She said while she was questioning the individual, he had scratches on his hand. So she asked him, "So did you get that from the squirrel?" And he says, "Yeah, damn thing kept attacking me and wouldn't stop until I left."
Now Joey is being hailed a hero.
Nobody can believe it because who can say they have a squirrel that guards their house? Which is crazy. You can't ask for much more than that. He's a pain in the butt, but he's great.
Adam says he thanked Joey by giving him his favorite treat. That, of course, is the candy Whoppers. Live in studio, Lacey Darrow, 6 on your side.
Who knew?
I don't know what to say about all that.
I like squirrel nuts growing up. That's about the best. But I've never had a squirrel as a pet.
Well, there you go. A ringing endorsement to go out and get one.
No.
Oh,
No.
guard squirrel. All right.
And we're back. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Let me mute that. Let me just. Becky B found this for the people. I'm just going to get us one good shot of. There he was. No, let's get a clear one. Come on, Joey. Joey. Focus, Joey. Joey, focus. Where are you? Let me find a good clear one. Joey, focus. Whoa, not too close. Boom, Joey. Not bad. Boom. Oh. I like, no. Bring it. I think. There it is. This is the shot. Good enough. Because his tail is moving. This is what squirrels do. They go. And when there's a, they're alerting. Squirrels do it. When my cat used to go out in the backyard, all the animals get an alert that there's something, a predator or something, But boom, maybe a burglar coming to steal your guns. So, oh my goodness. Dewey's got Discord. Oh, let's go. Hey, Crunch is here. What is up? Hello, Crunch. Oh my God. I just can't get over this. It's okay if you just say hi, bro. That's all attack. Yeah, dude, these aren't rats. Okay, dude. Oh my goodness. Do rats eat your garbage? Yes. Do squirrels? No. You can leave your garbage can open and a squirrel will not go there unless you got peanuts in it. The squirrels won't do that. The squirrels go to bed at nighttime. I can prove it. I have them on camera. They don't come out at night. They're exact opposite and they have beautiful fluffy tails. So they're nothing like a rat. So dare you. How dare you? They're not. And unindicted, what's up? Oh my God, let's do this for the people. So what I was going to do is, oh, they are not. They're, oh my gosh. Do you know when I got squirrels in my shed, when the babies are born and you see them run back and forth, I got it set up with like branches and stuff in the rafters of my wooden shed. Oh my God, dude, they're amazing. They're so great. Honestly, guys, squirrels are amazing. Like, see how this guy's doing this here? This is what squirrels will do if you know. You don't, I mean, I don't get mine petting, but my squirrels will, I mean, they wouldn't run away from me if I open, you know, they're just like normal. They just run around. And then if you're doing something in my shed, they get out of the way. You know, I carry those, like I go out to cut my lawn. I put a pocket full of, you know, shelled peanuts in my pocket. So mark that down. Yes. Shelled peanuts in my pocket. Let's do this for the people. That was for Becky B. Where we go? Let's go to this guy here. Let's go to this guy here. Let's do this for the people. Look at this. 120 people are here right now. Ooh, what happened? What did he say, Abby? Oh, Abby, if Dino's, your choice, Abby. If you want to time him out for a little bit, I think you could. You found him, and now let's time him out. We finally we found him. That's it. Give him. No, I'm just kidding. What's up? Oh, Habs, you don't worry. No worries, Habs. When I show you my squirrels in my shed, when they have babies, oh my God, you guys are gonna love it. So here's what we're gonna do tonight, guys. I says, if you read it, they will come. Well, you guys are coming here. I feel it. I feel it. So first off, we're gonna do this for you. I was so ready to go. You know, you always think you're ready, and then you get a little discombobulated. It works. All right. Oh, don't like this. Find something for a Friday night feel. Nope. Oh. This is the one I used to make my videos, so I'm kind of sick of that one. Feel you. Ooh. Actually, you know what? I downloaded some stuff into my YouTube. I think you'll like. Let me check that out. I forgot about these songs. Let's pause here. 1 second. What do I have? There was one here that sounded like Heroes. I think this might be it. So that's rapid something. There's one other one. Sounded like Heroes for Abby. I'll play it. And then we're going to do the show. Did I miss somebody? Who's got pink eye? Oh my goodness. Who's got pink eye? Oh, don't you worry. That was nice, but that's not it. Just finishing my smoothie. That's not it. It's got to be this one. It's a little slow. That's why I keep turning it down. But which one is it? It's either this one's called Spaghettification. Spaghettification. Oh my goodness, Spaghettification. I don't think it's it. I think it's the other one. I think it's the other one. No, damn it. I think I'll write this down. It's got to be this one. It's got to be. Good listen. I can't find it. Oh my goodness. There's one that sounds white. I'll have to check. It's gotta be this one, but fuck it. Going live. Don't write it. I'll look it up. It's called, oh my gosh. Oh, wrong email. This one. Here we go. It's called I have it right here. Faust v. State of Georgia. So you're missing Allen v. State of Indiana on much steroids. So Faust v. State of Georgia. Let me just put these away. And I think we found a new case, guys. So I'm just going to finish up the few missing things of the Richard Allen that I skipped, just for people that want to hear something read. 2 minutes, I'm going to just start reading to everyone, and then we're going to just hang out and discuss. And if you can't be here too long, just say hi, bye, whatever you want. Let's do it for the people. It's called Faust versus State of Georgia. Faust versus State of Georgia. Faust versus. That works. Is there a news thing we can watch? Man standing trial in cold cases. Justice and law. Appellate Antonio Faust. Is there a news one I can read and I won't get in trouble? This looks interesting. Let's just see if I can find here. This has to be it, right? So Faust v. Georgia. Is this like news? I guess I can come here and read this. So, oh my gosh. I want to stay with the new options from the Supreme Court of Georgia. So, no, not right now. I read. Oh, there we go. Okay. So, see how long it is. Oh my goodness. All the docs are here. So it looks like it's going to be our new case to get into. Man, because V recommended it. People were going, there's lots of similarities. I've heard nothing about it. I've read nothing about it. Looks like there's 10 pages. Do you guys want to just check it out now? I could just read these 10 pages, maybe. Oh my God. If I try to download this, am I going to dox myself? Oh my God, it went straight to, wow. Okay, well, I'm going to start a whole new folder. Oh my God. Faust v. the State. I've got to save this. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Check this out. The beginning. I'm going to put it in this album. And so it's May 21st, 2018. Oh my God. I don't care what they were. Also, 2018 is when you start. And May 05 21. I'm going to put an A there. Underscore A. Underscore. So when I save it, boom. It's good. It goes by the date first. If you do it this way, the year, month, then the day. And if there's going to be more than one thing on the same day, you put it A, B, C, and watch this. I save it. Then I can have my own copy, which I believe this already is. I'm not sure. I should just double check. I like doing it my way. Thank you. Oh my God. Maybe we're going to start a new one right away. This is it. This is it. Oh my God. So let's dedicate this to my lovely Lovely, lovely, nicer color. This is called V. That's it. And you know she's not here. She's got important things to do. She's a busy, busy lady. She emailed this. Oh my God, let's do this. Let's do this for this one right here. Boom. Oh, my mouse. My mouse just takes off. Did you see that? Oh my God, I didn't do that. It must have been a bump on my friggin' on my, oh my God, take it back. Oh my God, I gotta do it better. I'll just do it this way. Boom and boom. My mouse just took off. This is it. So I'm gonna read this and we're gonna decide if we want to do it. How's this? I did, Michelle. I did. I was just hey Candy, hello. Oh my God, did I miss anyone else? Oh my goodness. Oh, I feel so horrible if I miss you. Everyone else I've said hi to. Dino, if you have to go, seem like a normal human working the night day shifts. Bug, I mean, just saying hello is perfect. Thanks, bro. And if you have to go later, if you've already gone, I don't know. Or if there's other people on, guys, oh my goodness. Don't you dare worry about coming here. Come say hello. Oh. So this is for V, even though she's not here. Oh my goodness. What you guys need to do is you need to get 2 devices, because if there was somebody else I wanted to listen to now and I wanted to listen to me, which I don't because I am me, I would play 2 devices and I have 1 in each ear. So you guys need to work that out, but let's just check it out. I got to learn about this. This is supposed to be some kind of parallels. I don't know exactly what I'm reading. Faust v. the State from May 21st, 2018. This might be our new case. Benham Justice. Appellant Antonio Faust was convicted for various crimes related to the kidnapping of Michael Pippins and the shooting death of David McMillan. So, the third, addendum number 1. The crimes against Michael Pippins occurred on May 17th, 2013. On August 13th of 2013, in relation to Pippins, a DeKalb County grand jury indicted appellant on charges of armed robbery, kidnapping, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, and theft by taking. The crimes against David McMillan III occurred on May the 18th of 2013. In a separate indictment, also issued on August 13th, 2013, a DeKalb County grand jury in relation to McMillan indicted appellant on charges of malice murder, 2 counts of felony murder, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, aggravated assault with an intent to rob, and possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony. At the state's request, the trial court joined. This is the longest addendum I've ever read. Oh my God. Look at this. I've never read one this long. And I lost myself really easy. The trial court, where the hell was I? At the state's request, man, this is an addendum for the ages. Oh my God. It's like most of the page. The trial court joined the 2 indictments so that the matters would be resolved in a single trial. The trial court conducted a jury trial from August 11th, 14th, 2015. So we can do things properly this time and start. Oh my goodness. I'm going to investigate this. Man, this looks great already. So just so you know, guys, when you're here, talk about anything you want. Dewey, how's your pipes? How's your weather? Are you thawing out? Abby is on fire. Oh my gosh, Candy, welcome everyone. Whoever else is here, unindicted, Michelle. I did break it. I usually break things. I break everything I touch, but I try not to do the same thing. But that was just like just takes off. Anyways, so here we go. Hello, everyone who's here. It's Friday night. It's busy. So just coming in saying hi is perfect. This is a new case, guys. So get on board. I think this is it. And V recommended it, but she's a busy lady. It's Friday night. I understand. She's going to catch the replay. So got my smoothie. Perfect. At the conclusion of which the jury returned verdicts of guilty on all charges. Okay. Appellant was sentenced to life in prison for malice murder, McMillan. 5 years to be served consecutively to the life sentence for possession of a firearm during a felony. McMillan, 20 years for armed robbery of Pippins. Oh my gosh. So this guy, he got murdered. So when they name these are the people that, the victims. So he got murder. Oh my God. And this Pippins, he so allegedly, or I guess convicted him for 20 years for armed robbery of Pippins to be served concurrently with the sentences related to McMillan's death. 10 years for kidnapping Pippins to be served consecutive to the count of armed robbery Pippins. And 10 years to serve for theft by taking Pippins to be, did I just read that? Oh my God, there's lots of, no, I didn't. To be served consecutively to the sentence for kidnapping. Maybe I did. Merged for sentencing. Oh my God. For sentencing purposes. Appellant moved for a new trial on August the 28th of 2015 and is amended and denied it on March 16th, 2017. Appellant filed a notice of appeal on April the 7th, 2017, and an amended notice of appeal on June 6th, 2017. Upon receipt of the record from the trial court, the case was docked to the term of this court beginning in December 2017 and submitted for a decision to be made on the briefs. Oh my gosh, so, oh my God, so he tried to get an appeal. Hey, Carol, what's up? What is up? Hello. Carol, my love, where you been? You found me. If it's a busy night out there, guys, I understand if you have other stuff, but this might be our new case. This is it. Faust. So we're dedicating this to V. She suggested it. I think we're going to do a new one. So we're going to read this 10 pages, and then I'm going to finish up the Delphi murders, Richard Allen case. And I've only got a couple more things. And then, I mean, this is a perfect timing. So page 2 of Faust v. the State. Appellant's sole enumeration of error is that the state failed to prove venue beyond a reasonable doubt in regard to the crimes appellant committed against Pippins. For reasons set forth below, we affirm. Viewed in a light most in favor of upholding. One quick second. Just finishing. I'm going to open my window. Definitely feel stuffy again. Don't want to choke myself out this time. 1 second. And please hold. And we're back. Michelle, I've opened my window because I felt stuffy. When I complain I'm cold in a little bit, remind me to close it. Thank you. Yeah, I see you too, Habs. You look beautiful as ever. Boom, let's do this. Viewed in a light most in favor of upholding the jury's verdicts of guilty. The evidence shows as follows. Pippins testified he worked as a security guard at an apartment complex where he met appellant, who was a transient teenager. Pippins testified he allowed appellant to sleep at his apartment on approximately 3 occasions during the 4 months preceding the incident at issue. In the early morning, oh, it feels better already. Man, I gotta do that earlier. Open my window before I can't breathe. Man. Excuse me. I usually mute that. In the early morning hours of May the 17th, 2013, Pippins testified he arrived home to find appellant sitting on his front porch. Pippins said before exiting his vehicle, he stored his service weapon, a .380 pistol, on the back floor of his vehicle. Pippins allowed appellant to sleep inside his home for the night. In the morning, Pippins testified he and appellant got into his vehicle with the intent of driving to Pippin's mother's house. Pippins testified appellant asked for cigarettes, so he stopped at a gas station, convenience store on Covington Highway. I'm going to be investigating this, so I'm going to be able to look up these things. I'm doing this properly this time, guys. We're doing it. If we're going deep, we're going deep properly. Uh-oh. I'm trying, dude. You weren't even here. I just noticed you were here. What? How about you try coming on time? 38 minutes and you're yelling at me? Oh my goodness. The nerve. This one hasn't been. Look at. When did you get here? Oh my gosh. What's up? Shibby, I'm 5 minutes behind, but I think you were reading the wrong case. Thank you. Well, this sounded pretty interesting. Look at, thank you. Oh my God. See, I'm nothing. I'm an idiot. What? Thank you. This sounds, you just saved me again. See, dude, my conscience, you can't come late like this. Look at what happened. I can't think on my own. Thank you. Oh my God. Habs, did you see that? I was reading the wrong one. And Michelle is going to remind me when I'm complaining I'm cold. I need you guys. I'm nothing without you. So do I find the right one? Because I was getting into that. Yes, she does, Fishy. I was getting into that. Oh my God. No, she's my conscience, Dewey. She's in my head. She's my conscience. You know? When I say, that voice talking to me, I think it's V poking me in the forehead with her finger. Oh my God, I was getting into that. So this sounds interesting. Look at this. We've accidentally found a new one. Okay, so let's do this properly. Okay. I can't play 15 minutes of it. What? I can't play 15 minutes of his video. I can't. I'm subscribed to him. What stroke? What is it? I gotta read out. So explain the problem with the case. He won't copyright strike you if you're playing it fair use. So that means I can play 15 minutes. Oh my gosh. Copy stroke. Yes. You guys see, look at, you've brought 3 things to this show already. And you've just got here yelling at me. 4 things. You came in at 38 to scream at me and tell me I'm reading the wrong one. You found this right case. You found the right one. Because, but I found the wrong one. So I'm going to go find it. And then we've coined a new phrase. Look at, Fishy's got the copyright stroke. Oh my God. He's not going to stroke me? Well, why would I go there then if he's not going to stroke me? I get it. Whew. Oh my God. Okay, I'll do it, V. I'll do it. I have it. I'll go. Let's do it for V. Fuck. Oh my God. Thank you. But I was getting into that. So that, oh my God, that was interesting. How about, oh my God, we're going to cover 2 because it sounded like they had lots of documents available. Oh my God. V, I'm on my other computer. Trust me, I'm finding Nick's channel right now. I have it. Don't you worry. Where is he? I have him. I'm going to go get it. Got it. I've got it. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Well, I just want to get an idea. I don't want to steal his stuff or watch it. And I'll put the link in. And I'm sure I'm not going to watch. I got it right here. Here it is. I got him. I've got him. Bloody hell. His last live. was called the Pretty Buzzed one. Or no, it was the one before that called Georgia v. Faust. I guess it's streamed to date. So his second last. So here we go. A copy, the link address. I've got it. I'll go on my other account that has no weird history stuff associated with it. Not that I would, but. And so he's going to get a new sub here because this is an account I don't sub to him. So let's do this. Let's do this. So I'm going to, for the people, show you proof. Check it. Check it. Gonna like, and this is my other alt account. So this is the one where I don't have too many weird things. See, when you see that, you won't see any like other things that V hates, and it's 245 long. So we're just gonna look into this, and thank you. So here, let's read his. Welcome back to Georgia v. Faust, 2001 whole case where the state's alleging that Mr. Faust. Oh, but if he's doing it now, I thought he did this a long time ago. I don't want to steal this. Would that be wrong? I have it right here. Is this the one? K15K. Do I have the? Hey, Louise, what's up? What is up? Do I have the right one? I'll go to your link too, just in case. Just in case I have the wrong stuff. I'm a horrible person. Back on my other browser. Went back to this live stream. Oh my goodness. Imagine me reading the whole wrong one. Oh, chat is moving. Oh my God, you guys. Oops. But clicking the link. There we go. I got it. It is. Oh my God, I'm glad I did that. Because I got my ad blocker on. For some reason, I have the right one. I have the right one. Best friend, right? Yeah, I have the right one. Sorry. So thank you, B. So this is it. So how about this? I don't know. We'll have to talk about this because I don't want to. Okay. Thank you. Let's just watch a second or two. I don't want. I feel bad doing this. Is this wrong? Because he's right in the. He's just starting himself, isn't he? Wouldn't it? We'll see. Yes, the Shibby bump. See, he's only got you right. I've got 248. I had 250. I've lost 2 people. Thanks for pointing that out, Fishy. Thank you. I was feeling good. I had 250. Now I've got 248. Uh-oh. The Shibby bump is coming his way. They're one and the same. Twins? It's got to be, right? Twins? I'm just kidding.
Sail the raven waves, brothers. Axes high, shields strong. From distant lands we gather, hearts of fire all along. Obey cause we follow, through the storm and through the fight. For Valhalla we will borrow strength and might under moonlight.
Just so you know, if this anyone, let them know, Nick Starrow, I've followed you for a long time. Don't you worry. I'm sending you all my subs are going to bump you up, and we're just going to get an idea of what this is about. I'm not stealing your stuff, okay? I've enjoyed you many times. Here we go.
Covering the Faust trial. The 2001 cold case where a 23-year-old law student was brutally ended in her house, room, dorm.
Okay, I feel wrong about this because now I didn't know he was like doing it now. So I guess we should find it, the proper one. So how do I find it? What's her name? So welcome everyone. Welcome Louise. Welcome Habs, you guys. Thanks for being here. Wow. You know what I will do? I will find out about this and also this other one, honestly. So this appellant Antonio Faust, it sounded really interesting. So, and I was almost, thank God Via told me, because Tara Baker. Okay. So I'll look for the Faust. So what was it again? Basically the same as this, but not this one, right? Faust v. the State, but I'll look for the one with Tara Baker also. Faust v. State, Tara Baker victim. Court TV. Oh my gosh. Here's a Fox. Okay, here we go. Opening statements from Fox 5. Oh my goodness. Go away. Yeah, this will be it. Tara Baker's murder trial. Something's happening. Might be my ad blocker. I could turn it off. But oh my gosh. I'm getting cold. Oh, Michelle, what do I do? Oh, I'm getting cold. What do I do? Oh my goodness. Is this... 1 sec, I'm going to reload. It might be my ad blocker. I'm going to try reload. Something's up. Reloading. It might be my ad blocker. I'll switch my ad blocker off for just these, for this. We'll switch it off just for you guys. Just pause for 1 hour. Let's see what happens. Pause. Ghostery is paused. Everyone, Ghostery is paused. I'll refresh now. Oh, it isn't my ad blocker. What? Wait a second. I paused it. Something wrong. Oh my goodness. What? It's not my ad blocker. Okay. Resume. No. Oh my goodness. Maybe I'll just read it. Maybe that's just an advertisement, and I don't know. Whatever reason, I don't know if it's a video or what. So, let's read this. Oh my goodness. What is this? Go away. Trust your search result. How do I get rid of this? Bug. I can't see below here. What does that say? What does that say? Does it say something here? I don't know what it says, but I'm going to click it. Oh, fuck. Oh, it was looking good. Okay, so we'll leave here. So we have the right thing. Oh my goodness. These people. Advertisements have gone crazy. That looked good. So, okay, see, I'm going to do that now before I get caught up. Thank you. See, I was only joking earlier. Like I'm starting to get cold and I was joking, but then I got distracted. Oh my God, that fucking squirrel's on my mind. Oh my God. Well, Louise, okay, I get it. So don't worry about it. You're here now. We got lots of fun stuff to do. It's Friday night. I got hidden too, but I don't talk about it all the time. So just, I don't know. Thank you for being here. So I get it. So we're here for you. Let's start. We're gonna read some fresh stuff. It's Friday night, and I got to close my window. I'm freezing now. Oh my God. I left it open a crack. How's that? Oh, it's okay. It's okay. It's all right. But, I mean, I don't know. I got hidden and I just move on, right? If you can. Let's find this trial. Court TV. I guess we can watch some of this, right? If I get a strike, guys, if I get any strikes, I will restart. I have my other one. I'll restart the other one I have as a backup. It's called, so this guy's a good dude. I hope doing it at the same time. Obviously, you probably wouldn't even notice, you know. But let me go back to my page. This guy. If I catch any strikes, I will just start this one up. I have it just in case. This is ready to go. I'll just start this one up. So if you see just in case impromptu, that means I got a strike and I'll start a fresh one or whatever. Okay. Let's do this. Unmuted. Tara Baker. Oh, there's lots of testimony and video. So this is it, right? Oh my gosh. Is this the one where he's walking on the street and she's walking? Oh, I don't think so. Oh, that guy had really long hair, the other guy. Sorry.
And welcome to Court TV.
Just make it full screen. I will be pausing to when I get in the updates. Hopefully, I don't get in trouble.
Live, I'm Julie Grant. This morning we are in Georgia where the man accused of murdering a UGA law student named Tara Baker is finally on trial. Baker was just 24 years old when she was found dead in her burning Athens apartment back in 2001. Investigators say the DNA evidence and some new forensic evidence would link defendant EDRICK FAUST to her killing. We'll hear testimony from Tara Baker's friend coming up for you this hour. First, let's look at the very best moments from the all-important opening statements.
Okay, so what is the gist of this before we get into this? Is this guy I'll just watch this. I should watch. Oops, I hit play, sorry. Uh-oh.
Who killed Tara Baker? Obviously, by now, ladies and gentlemen, you know that's what this case is about. But before we get to know who killed Tara, it's important to know a little bit more about her. Tara Louise Baker was a bright, young, 23-year-old from Lovejoy, Georgia. And when she woke up on the morning of January the 19th, 2001, she had her whole life in front of her. She was a first-year law student here at the University of Georgia. And she had a wonderful circle of family and friends. Ladies and gentlemen, the next day, Saturday, January the 20th, it actually would have been her 24th birthday. And in the early morning hours.
Okay, so I'm pausing. Thank you so much, V, for again saving me. Look at my conscience. I was totally covering the wrong case that she works. She dug through her junk folder to find me, to get me this email, right? She yelled at me for days for not responding to her email. And then she checked her emails. And where was it? I was in her junk folder. I'm just junk. Yahoo thinks I'm junk. Well, it's going to be soon. This is going to be Shibby, the state of Yahoo Mail, very soon. And V is going to be my lawyer. She's going to do all the speaking. I won't say a word at trial. I've been advised by V not to speak or go take the stand. V, let's go get them. I'm not junk. Why was I in your junk folder? We'll never know.
Of January the 19th.
Ooh, Ooh, the reason I paused that was, is this about, like, is the guy wrongfully charged at all? Or is he, like, either is he a bad guy? The guy, like, is he, like, I'm not going to say anything, obviously, right? But he's not wrongfully convicted, the dude, or is he? I should listen.
2001, Tara's promising future came to a violent and abrupt end. She was sexually assaulted. She was stabbed. She was strangled. And she was left for dead on her bedroom floor. Her bed was set on fire. A fire, ladies and gentlemen, that smoldered for a considerable amount of time before it finally erupted through the roof of the house that she shared with two friends at 160 Fawn Drive here in Athens, Clarke County. On that morning, Tara's life ended.
So it sounds like he's wrongfully convicted, right? Or I'm guessing. I should have. Here it goes.
And what started was a 2.5 decade long saga. On April 30th, 2024.
Wow. It's been that long. So, okay. I guess I'll just let the play a bit more. I was going to read this, but he's probably going to read it to you. So,
Or there was a hit. And it was that DNA, again, matched from item 2I. And that hit was to the defendant, EDRICK FAUST. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the first time in 23 years and tens of thousands of pages of this law enforcement file that Mr. Faust's name shows up. Agents Bigham and Howell obtained a warrant to get Mr. Faust's buccal swabs, cheek swabs. And the purpose of that is to get a known sample of his DNA.
You will hear evidence in this case that there is not a shred of evidence that puts.
oh, I get it. Did they find his DNA too, but they just put it, oh, it must have been the black guy. And he was the one who didn't do it. Oh my God, I can see that happening. They probably found his DNA too, but assumed, oh my God, that's horrible. Oh my God, lying people too. Oh my God, well, if we can do anything, at least get this out there and learn about it. This seems very interesting. Thank you, V, for saving me once again. My conscience, V.
Mr. Faust, let alone a black person in Miss Baker's home. And the last question that the state won't be able to answer for you. If Mr. Faust killed Miss Baker, why was the hair that was found on her body, around her body, in her hand, and on the murder weapon of Caucasian origin? And you may get distracted by emotion in this case. You may get distracted by your dislike of Mr. Faust's life choice.
Dewey, he's probably, if he's in one of those little good old boys towns, he's probably the head prosecutor or the mayor or the chief of Department of Natural Resources, or maybe even the chief of police or something. He probably got a promotion. That's what happens with these guys. Imagine this. Wow.
But you cannot lose focus, and you cannot forget why we are here today. Mr. Faust actually stayed in Knollwood Apartments with his girlfriend, Miss Brenda Swinney at the time. These are Chris Melton's hands after Miss Baker's death. So Miss Baker was killed on January 19th, 2001. These photos were taken on January 21st, 2001. This is Mr. Melton's left hand. These or this photo, these are Mr. Melton's right hand. During this trial, you will learn the nature of Ms. Baker's death. It was an overkill. What's verified based on Chris Melton's own words, twice, 2024 and 2001. It started 10 days before she died, and they had a fight.
Wow. Well, very interesting. Look at that. Tons of trials. No, that's not it. That's a different. It is. Worse than communist Russia. The defense seeks a mistrial in the Tara Baker murder trial. Oh my gosh. Now, does anybody know if we watch the court stuff from here, or do we got to go find this ourselves? Or like, did they put it out like on a website wherever this, what was the state? If we're going to do this, we got to do this, right? So seems like there's obviously lots of court stuff. Like if Court TV puts this out, but it's from the state, can they copyright strike me? Or it seems like this is the first one it put me to. So this popped up. It's 52 minutes. It's not this one. This is the one we just watched. I'll pause it. Sorry. Let's do a quick read. Here we go. Now, see more of Faust trial here. State of the comments. Is there like PDF stuff I can get? Or is there a place where we can go and get these files? Or can I watch them here? EDRICK FAUST is facing, EDRICK FAUST is facing life in prison if convicted in the cold case murder of University of Georgia law student Tara Louise Baker. Baker, a first-year law student. Full screen better. Can't get rid of this part. Doesn't look like. Baker, a first-year law student, was last seen on the evening of January 18th of 2001, studying in the UGA Law Library. A close friend testified that, obviously it might be her, she spoke with Baker by phone just before 11 p.m. that night. Wonder if this is a quick clip, or is it that one they just showed me, the 52 minutes? It's 16 minutes. So this is the close friend, I'm guessing. Friend, yep. So we'll go back and watch that. So now just remember, it's kind of the very beginning. She spoke with Baker by phone just before 10 p.m. that night. A brief conversation in which, okay, now I'm going to read the comments too, because the white guy been living his life. Yeah, I guess so. They won't let defense impeach witnesses or bring up what? Oh my God. They're pointing at the black guy and that's it. Yeah. I mean, imagine, like, look at that. Look at the treatment Richard Allen got. Imagine how many, or how much, or I don't know. I think it just adds more. If it's a racial thing too, it just adds more to it. I mean, look, if they're doing it in a case like that in Indiana, if they're treating a white guy like that, just think of how they would treat a black dude. I mean, it would be the same and 10 times worse. So I get it. Right. But I wonder if there's a place. So what I'll do is after we'll do this stuff tonight, and then tomorrow I'll have to start searching, I guess, because it'd be great if I can go to if whatever state this is, I'm not even sure, right? It said Georgia. So no, Georgia, perfect. Nicole, when she gets here, Georgia, she's right down there. Boom, she can go and get us stuff. Oh my God, George, Nicole is going to go get us the stuff. I'll send my credit card number to Georgia and she'll go pick it up. Anything. I'm not kidding. But hopefully Georgia has I guess some states are different. So I'll read on, but that's a good sign, Georgia. So if we can go to I'll have to look on YouTube if they have a Georgia, because there's a lot of trial video, but also I want the documents and I want to be able to watch, say we watched day one. I want to read about it because when I read about it, it just hits harder for me. But obviously watching a video before, a quick video and then reading, it's interesting. But so a brief conversation in which Baker checked to make sure her friend was safely home and ended the call, saying they would talk the next day. According to the indictment, firefighters responding to a fire at Baker's apartment later discovered her body, and investigators determined the blaze had been intentionally set. Prosecutors told jurors that Baker was sexually assaulted, stabbed in the neck, strangled with a printer cord, and left on her bedroom floor just hours before her 24th birthday. Her bed was deliberately set on fire using a blanket taken from the living room. Oh my goodness. An act the state says was meant to destroy the evidence. Man. Oh yeah, I saw it. Those are weird things, but how could I wouldn't never, that's crazy putting out pictures of people like that. Who cares? Yeah. Let's move on. The physical evidence tells a story of the crime. Prosecutors said, pointing to the knife found beneath Baker's body and the stopped clock in her room. Wow. Imagine that. The investigators found signs of staging at the crime scene. That staging is misdirection, including wiped surfaces, tampered doors, and windows, and no usable fingerprints. Even the bathtub drain was removed in an exhaustive effort to preserve potential evidence. Bathtub drain was removed. What does that mean? Did he put her in the bathtub? Did I miss? Her body was set on fire. The bathtub drain was removed, meaning for more than 2 decades, the case went unsolved. Prosecutors emphasized the persistence of investigators and advances in forensic science. Notice that in 2024, the Georgia Crime Lab finally isolated male DNA from preserved evidence. Wow, it took them to 2024? What? That sounds odd. Well, this guy was convicted a long time ago? Or even, it's like they didn't want to find, as if they waited till 2024, right? It's like, start to feel, I'm guessing, sort of sounds like to me that it's like, okay, we can't bury this any longer. We're going to pretend the forensic, that sentence right there sounds pretty suspicious, eh? For more than 2 decades, the case went unsolved. Prosecutors emphasized the persistence of investigators and advances in forensic science, noting that in 2024, the Georgia Crime Lab finally isolated male DNA from preserved evidence. Oh, I thought they were going to say that DNA was identified as a major contributor and run through CODIS, a database containing roughly 26 million profiles. On April 30th, 2024, DNA evidence matched Faust, marking the first time his name appeared in the case in 23 years. Prosecutors say a warrant was then obtained to confirm the DNA match through additional swabs. Oh, so it's on right now. Okay, sorry. But I mean, yeah, like with the way they're detecting this DNA stuff now, I mean, what if, you know, you do have some consensual and then something happens to that person and the person that did it is maybe wears, you know, does stuff and prevents DNA. And I mean, it's not to say, I mean, I would think a lot of times, 9 out of 10 times is probably the perpetrator, right? But I guess it's proof here that it could have been, you know, a mistake, right? So, the defense countered aggressively, telling jurors there's no direct evidence placing Faust at the crime scene. Defense attorneys stressed the absence of fingerprints, eyewitnesses, or contemporaneous links between Faust and the victim. They highlighted that hair found in Baker's hands was Caucasian, not African American, and warned jurors against allowing moral judgments about Faust's lifestyle or choices to influence their decision. Defense counsel revived scrutiny of Chris Melton, Baker's boyfriend at the time, noting his initial status as a prime suspect, alleged inconsistent statements and visible injuries to his hands, documented shortly after the murder. Yeah, it was a couple of days after. Your hands were all messed up like that. I mean, the defense framed the state's case as an attempt to retrofit a suspect to a cold case using DNA alone, urging jurors to focus on reasonable doubt rather than the emotional weight of the crime. Yeah, I mean, we're going just by DNA. I mean, right. I think the defense has countered the DNA completely, but I don't know. I've not watched the trial till just getting into it today. Well, do you want to watch the opening statements after this? Let me know. I guess we could, right? And then, yeah, I was picturing this was an old case, but it's back in, but it happened a while. But okay. A heated moment unfolded in court when defense attorney Ahmad Cruz was held in contempt and fined $1,000 after prosecutors objected twice to comments made during opening statements. Cruz said the comments were not intended to circumvent the statute, but rather to show Chris Melton's consciousness of guilt. In his conflicting statements, Judge Lisa Lott ruled the remarks violated Georgia's rape shield law, known as Rule 412, which limits references to an alleged victim's sexual history without prior court approval. The judge went on to explain that if the defense believes the evidence is relevant, they must file a formal notice and obtain court approval before referencing it before the jury. So what are they saying there? So it's like the defense referenced the victim's sexual history. So in Georgia, there's a rape shield law. Right, because they would then drag the victim through the mud. And yeah, especially if they're not around to. It's almost like slut shaming in school, whereas, it's ridiculous. That's what it sounds like, obviously. Man. So in Georgia has a rape shield law known as Rule 412, which limits reference to an alleged victim's sexual history without prior court approval. The judge went on to explain that if the defense believes the evidence is relevant, they must file a formal notice and obtain court approval before referencing it before the jury. Oh my goodness. The story was generated with the assist of AI. To see more, EDRICK Faust. So his name's EDRICK Faust. Tara Baker's roommate. Oh, it looked like there was a different one I opened up. This is the one from the. So we could watch this. Wow, they have lots of video, but. So we'll just kind of get an idea of it from hers here. Is that okay? Or should we watch we should probably watch that big one first, right? The opening. Where was that? The opening statements, right? I did see the opening statements, right? Close friend testified. Opening statements. How long is it? 55 minutes. Hi, Paula. What's up? Don't be sorry. It's a busy Friday night. It's great to see you. Anybody? You can always catch the replay on and maybe on less. I think people are getting sick of me. I think I need to find a new topic, and do it properly this time. And I'm going to do it properly this time. Meaning I'll plan for shows. I'll have nights. I'll pick a time. I won't go on constantly. So other people, I'll try to avoid others, other people that don't hate me, whose times they're on and stuff like that. So I wonder if we can watch this. I guess we can, right?
And opening statements are exactly what they sound like. They are the opening remarks of the attorneys, where it is their opportunity to tell you what they believe the evidence is going to show you. I'm going to caution you now, and I'm going to caution you at the end of the trial, that anything said by the attorneys, whether it's the opening statements or the closing statements or arguments by the attorneys, are not to be considered as evidence. Mr. Yellenchilly, you have the floor. Or Mr. Boulder.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So what it is I'll watch this, but on my other monitor, I will go find the opening statements, like the PDF and all that stuff, okay? And then maybe we'll read through it instead of kind of blowing through it and kind of, we'll do things a little more proper. I'll search in Georgia. I'll contact Nicole or wait till whenever if she gets here or she's sleeping. I don't know. I guess it got exciting guests somewhere else again. I don't even know. Let's see. So I'll be searching on my other computer. Okay. Jump in and let me know anything. I'm here. I'll be stopping occasionally, I guess. But this is from the courts, right? But it does. Court TV got it. But if they paid money for it, then they own it, and I can get in trouble. I hope not. I don't know. I would assume that since it's not court TV, but since they got it, like this should be like from a trial, right? Or is like court TV going there and making their own videos? Oh my God, feels like it's for public people use. Oh, like they tried with Judge Gulls, and then court TV actually, court TV is the one that got kicked out because they said they accidentally filmed something. So they do a pool thing, but then everyone's allowed to have access to it, meaning I can watch this. I hope if I get a strike, I'll start up a new one. Okay, sorry guys, I don't want to. Feels like this should be from the trial, right? So.
Is that what you're looking for? Very good. You may proceed, sir.
Who killed Tara Baker? Obviously, by now, ladies and gentlemen, you know that's what this case is about. But before we get to know who killed Tara, it's important to know a little bit more about her. Tara Louise Baker was a bright, young, 23-year-old from Lovejoy, Georgia. And when she woke up on the morning of January the 19th, 2001, she had her whole life in front of her. She was a first-year law student here at the University of Georgia, and she had a wonderful circle of family and friends. Ladies and gentlemen, the next day, Saturday, January the 20th, it actually would have been her 24th birthday. And in the early morning hours of January the 19th, 2001, Tara's promising future came to a violent and abrupt end. She was sexually assaulted.
I just need to pause occasionally. V, yes. But also, I think I could probably play this whole thing because it being court. You know what I'm saying? I bet you they couldn't strike this, I'd assume. Because if this is from the court, that's why I'm going to go look in Georgia to see if they have a YouTube channel and all that stuff. Because if the courts put out, you know, like the Georgia courts, whatever, put it out, then we can watch the whole thing like we did with the Indiana Supreme Court. And maybe Court TV does better and they put the little logo, but I bet you I'm going to be looking now. That's what I'm doing, but I will stop.
Assaulted. She was stabbed. She was strangled. And she was left for dead on her bedroom floor. Her bed was set on fire. A fire, ladies and gentlemen, that smoldered for a considerable amount of time before it finally erupted through the roof of the house that she shared with two friends at 160 Fawn Drive here in Athens, Clarke County. On that morning, Tara's life ended. And what started was a 2.5-decade-long saga that has hung over the Baker family and hung over this entire Athens community like a specter. Ladies and gentlemen, this trial represents the final chapter in that.
V, I found the whole trial is on YouTube and it's on 11 Alive, so we could watch the whole thing instead of here. It looks like 11 hours worth of stuff. Do you want to try that instead? Because 11 Alive, if it's from a news station, Fox, 11 Alive seems to have it. So here, why don't I just show you what I found? And then, because I was watching it.
Characteristics are there.
Now, if we can figure out what the order is or whatever, I'll go to their thing and see if they have a playlist. Or seems like 11 Alive, I'd be allowed to watch that for sure because it's like a news. So Atlanta rapper videos, maybe playlists. They will have a playlist of it. Oh my god, here we go. Tara Baker, it's the first one.
Variabilities that help add.
So now,
characteristics that.
There seems to start. There might not be an order. Maybe it's this one first.
Wounds tell you.
I'll just look for like those opening statements. Oh, here's 50-minute ones. But they have them on a playlist.
Really zeroed in on those.
This is probably it. Remember I had microphone stuff at the beginning?
And so part of his presentation, I intend to elicit testimony about his opinion as to how some of the injuries to Ms. Baker may have been.
Was this the opening statements, you think? So that I'll have to go through and make sure. Prosecutor. This is probably it here.
She was strangled.
Yeah, this is it. This is it. I'll just play this one from 11 Alive. I'm guessing since they're news, right? It's going to be different than court TV. Well, if I get a strike, I will go. So here, I'll put these in. Well, we'll just watch in order because the next one is the defense's opening statements. And then I'll maybe go make sense of this playlist. I'll make my own playlist and I'll organize them better. So we have I'll do that on another screen right now. So let's start. This is where we were, but I won't have to pause here, I don't think.
She was left for dead on her bedroom floor. Her bed was set on fire. A fire, ladies and gentlemen, that smoldered for a considerable amount of time before it finally erupted through the roof of the house that she shared with two friends at 160 Fawn Drive here in Athens, Clarke County. On that morning, Tara's life ended. And what started was a 2.5 decade long saga that has hung over the Baker family and hung over this entire Athens community like a specter. Ladies and gentlemen, this trial represents the final chapter in that tragic saga. The chapter where the state will prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant, EDRICK FAUST, is guilty of extinguishing the bright light that was Tara Louise Baker 25 years ago, where the state will show that he is guilty as charged of the crimes in this indictment. So you've heard the indictment a few times by now. Judge Lott read it in its entirety at the beginning of jury selection. The judge also just went briefly over what the charges are again here this morning. I'm not going to spend too much time going through the indictment itself right now. There will be a time and a place for that at the end of the trial. But again, ladies and gentlemen, you know now that the defendant, Mr. Faust, is charged with 12 counts. Count 1, malice murder. Counts 2 through 5, felony murder. Count 6, burglary. Count 7, aggravated sodomy. Count 8, rape. Count 9, aggravated assault. Count 10, aggravated sodomy. Count 11, arson in the first degree. And count 12, possession of a knife during the commission of a felony. All those charges stem from the morning of January the 19th, 2001. And I expect that that's going to become clear over the course of this trial. Ladies and gentlemen, these are obviously heinous crimes. And in order to prove them, and to prove that the defendant is the person who committed them, the state is going to have to present.
Oops, I'm going to delete those because that's my super secret. Ignore that. That's one. I'm going to delete that. That's me. If you don't, that's me for anybody who's watching. That's one of my super secret accounts. I'm going to delete that. Oh my God, I'm just going to remove these messages. Sorry. Idiot. Fuck, gave myself away. Got to make a new account now. Damn it. Damn it. Because I switched. I was going to only use that account to watch these videos. So you know what? That's good. I'll have to make another one to spy on the chat that nobody knows about. Although I have another one. I'll just have to use it. Damn it. I was doing it on my phone and I didn't switch back to my dude. Oh, well, fuck it. I got to switch. Sorry, guys. Let's do that. Sorry.
Some very grisly evidence. And that's going to come in the form of both testimony and photos. Ladies and gentlemen, some of this trial is going to be difficult. But it's unfortunate, but it's necessary. I just wanted to give you a heads up. On January the 19th of 2001 at 11:22 a.m., Athens 911 started receiving telephone calls in the area of Deer Park regarding a fire at 160 Fawn Drive. Now, if you're not familiar with Deer Park, just to give you a little bit of reference, if we head, make sure I've got my orientation right, down Lexington Road, away from downtown, heading out towards Oglethorpe County. When you get past, Gaines School, Tuxton United Methodist Church is there on the left, right off Lexington. And the road immediately past Tuxton United Methodist Church, before you get to the Walmart, is Cooper Road. So again, heading that direction from downtown, left on Cooper Road, past the church. And then actually Deer Park, which is where Fawn Drive is located, is just on the right. And so when they get this call at 11:22 in the morning, the fire department is immediately en route. The firefighters actually kick in the door, the front door to Tara's house because it was locked. And when they did so, they encountered smoke in the main living room area of the house. And I'm gonna, in just a few minutes, not yet, gonna be able to show you what the inside of that house looked like. So these firefighters kick in the door, and the first thing that they notice, apart from the smoke, is back in the right corner, which is where the kitchen is located. Through the smoke, they can actually see the eyes of the stove. It's one of those old school stoves that has the circular heating element. They can see those glowing red. And so through the smoke, they go over there to the stove. They realize that the knobs that would turn on and off those eyes have actually been removed from the stove itself. And so the firefighters put those knobs back on and turn the stove off. They open the back door to the house to ventilate, to help start getting the smoke out of the room. To this point, I don't think they've completely ascertained exactly where the fire was coming from. The back left bedroom of the house, and there's actually a bathroom door right next to it, it'll make sense in a few minutes, are closed. And so they go over there and they kick those doors in as well. And when they kick open that bedroom door, they are immediately met with flames rushing out over their heads. Firefighters enter and extinguish that fire. And in that moment, ladies and gentlemen, they discover Tara. She's naked. She's in between the mattress and the footboard to her bed. The footboard had been ripped away from the bed frame itself. So she's in that little V-shaped space in between. They notice a computer cord, what appears to be a computer cord, is wrapped around her neck. And so realizing what they've seen, the firefighters back out and turn the scene over to the police. And law enforcement does arrive. And so what we have here, ladies and gentlemen, is a sketch made by Athens Clarke County Police as to the interior of 160 Fallen Drive. I won't spend but a couple minutes going over it. The front door here is at the bottom with the arrow pointing up. Again, you see the kitchen in the back right with the stove, which is what the firefighters reported seeing glowing red when they came in the door. And what I want to focus on is what's in the top left of that diagram, what is referred to as bedroom 3. That was Tara's room. And you can see bedroom 3 has a bathroom connected to it, and then there's a door leading both from the bathroom, a door leading to the living room, and one leading into Tara's room. So that's the basic layout of 160 Fawn Drive. You can see there's a back door, which again has the arrow pointing down. And right next to that is a window that is situated right above their dining room table. You're going to see photos that will also help kind of explain the layout of 160 Fawn Drive. So that's the house as a whole. And this is Tara's room as the police encounter it. And again, I've tried to explain, but I think this does a better job showing exactly the orientation of her body inside that bedroom in the back left of 160 Fawn Drive. So again, you can see the footboard having been ripped away from the frame and her body lying in between. So upon arrival, Athens-Clarke County Police starts processing the scene. I expect you're going to hear from a number of witnesses that Tara's body, despite having obviously been in a room that was consumed by fire, her hair was actually still intact. I expect you're going to hear that several witnesses actually recall the smell of shampoo still coming from her hair. Again, there was a printer cord wrapped around her neck. I believe the printer itself was there in the room. And there's one thing that the police noticed that firefighters hadn't, was that Tara actually had a stab wound to the right side of her neck. And I think it was on the diagram, the knife was right underneath her body with blood on it. Officers also noticed a clock on the wall in Tara's room. That clock had stopped at 9:32. In processing the scene, officers noted that it appeared as if the doors and windows had been wiped clean. There's a screen to the back, that back window, the one that's right next to the back door, that showed signs of having been tampered with. Now, I expect there's probably going to be some confusion about exactly where that screen was when the firefighters arrived and when law enforcement arrived, but we'll get to that. Ladies and gentlemen, at 160 Fawn Drive, I submit that the evidence is going to show that any physical evidence that could have conceivably been helpful was collected. As an example, I think you're going to hear they even took the drain assembly out of her bathtub. A little bit more about the fire. I expect you're going to hear evidence that the bed, Tara's bed, was the source of that fire. And a little bit more, actually, I expect you're going to hear that there was a blanket that had been in the living room on the back of a recliner. That blanket had been removed from the recliner, taken over to the stove, set on fire, and then thrown on Tara's bed. I expect you're going to hear that there's actually still some remnants of that blanket on the stove itself. In learning about the processing of the scene, I expect you're also going to hear that there were no fingerprints of any evidentiary value that were taken in the house or off of Tara's body. I expect you're going to hear that hairs were collected from her body and from her room. And I also expect you're going to hear that her laptop was missing. The next thing I want to talk a little bit about, ladies and gentlemen, is the canvas of the neighborhood. By canvas, I mean police getting out and knocking on doors and seeing what if anything, people had seen that morning. That was obviously done in this case to a significant degree. I expect you'll hear one witness recalled seeing a white male running in the area, open area behind Tara's house and near Tara's house around 7:45 that morning. I expect you're going to hear multiple witnesses talk about describing a black male with an orange shirt or sweatshirt at various places in Deer Park around 8 o'clock to 8:15 that morning. I expect you're going to hear one witness who described smelling a faint odor of smoke as he was leaving for work around 8:40, 8:45 that morning. At the time, ladies and gentlemen, there's just not much to go on as it related to that canvas. The next thing I'd like to talk about is the autopsy. Tara's body was taken over to Atlanta to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation's Department of Forensic Sciences the next day, Saturday the 20th, her birthday. And an autopsy was conducted by a medical examiner named Dr. Andrew Falzon. And here's where the evidence I submit made it get kind of difficult. There were photos that were taken at that autopsy. And you're going to see some of those photos when Dr. Falzon testifies. It's going to be hard. You're going to see and hear about contusions surrounding Tara's vagina and anus. You're going to hear that stab wound that the officers noted when they got in to her bedroom had actually severed her jugular vein. You're going to hear about the ligature mark that was encircling her neck, and that her hyoid bone, which is a bone in your neck, had been broken. You'll hear about a subarachnoid hemorrhage to her head, which is indicative of blunt force trauma. You're going to hear about defensive wounds, defensive type wounds to her hands. Dr. Falzon, after conducting the autopsy of Tara Baker, listed her cause of death as ligature strangulation and a stab wound, with another significant condition being blunt force trauma to the head. He ruled the manner of death, obviously, a homicide. As part of the autopsy, a sexual assault kit was taken based on the way Tara's body was found, based on Dr. Falzon's observations. So a sexual assault kit involved oral, vaginal, and rectal swabs of Tara and smears that were created based on those swabs. And I expect over the course of this trial, there's going to be a great deal made about how one of those swabs was mislabeled. I expect the state's going to be able to clear that up as this trial unfolds. As part of the autopsy, head hair and pubic hair was retained, and fingernail and toenail clippings were taken. The next thing of significance that I'd like to talk about is some of the early forensics that were done in connection with this case. You're going to hear from Jennifer Corsi. At the time, back in 2001, Ms. Corsi was a forensic biologist at the GBI Crime Lab. She actually now works at the U.S. Army's Criminal Investigation Laboratory. She made a career out of this type of work. Ms. Corsi is the one who actually did chemical testing on that sexual assault kit, the one that we just talked about. You'll hear that her testing failed to reveal the presence of any seminal fluid, and that she took microscopic examinations of the vaginal smears and observed no spermatozoa or partially intact spermatozoa. And so, ladies and gentlemen, based on the existing technology and the existing protocols in existence back in 2001, there was nothing further that could be done with that sexual assault kit. I expect you'll hear that Ms. Corsi, then Fincher, so if I use both names, please forgive me, did confirm that the blood on Tara's fingernails, the only DNA in that on those fingernails belonged to Tara, that there was blood on the knife, and the DNA from that blood also only belonged to Tara. And there was no blood on the toenails that were taken. Not necessarily Ms. Corsi, but other forensics going on in the early days of the investigation. There were attempts to obtain fingerprints of any sort of evidentiary value, nothing to go on. I mentioned the hairs. Submit to you, there was nothing that would help in the investigation at that time. I'm going to shift gears a little bit and talk a little bit more about Tara. In January of 2001, again, she's living at 160 Fawn Drive. She had two roommates, Ashley Peavy, now Ashley Hall, Valerie Lowe, now Valerie Lang. And I say that because, again, I might refer to them as both. Just wanted to get out in front and explain why that might be the case. So the three of them, Tara, Ashley, and Valerie, had moved into 160 Fawn Drive in August of 2000. All three of them were in grad school at UGA, but pursuing different programs. You know, Tara obviously was studying law. I expect you're going to hear evidence about Tara's morning routine. If she had a 9:30 class, which I expect you're going to hear she did that Friday, property law class on the 19th, then she's pretty early riser. Up around 6:30 in the morning. First thing she'd do is take a shower. Expect you'll hear she'd come out and eat her breakfast. Every morning, same thing, cheese grits. And she'd come out and eat those cheese grits, her hair's still wet. And then she'd go back into her room and sit on the floor in front of her bed to blow dry her hair. And that took a while, ladies and gentlemen, because I expect you're going to hear Tara had a lot of hair. I expect you're also going to hear about how Tara was trying to buckle down in January of 2001. As that new semester at the law school had gotten underway, she was spending less time at home and more time at the law library. But Saturday was her birthday. And on Friday night, she was going to go out and have some fun with some friends. They were going to go to the Winery, which is a bar downtown on Broad Street. I don't know if it's still there, but it was in 2001. But talk about Tara's last hours. Go through what we know about Tara on Thursday, January the 18th. We know that both Ashley and Valerie were leaving for the weekend. They were both leaving that Thursday. Ashley left late that afternoon. She and Tara had been at home together before Ashley left. We know that from approximately 7:30 to approximately 9:30, Tara was at the law library here on North Campus, not too far from the Arch. She's there with a friend named Katie Lonstein. Around 9:30 that night, Katie leaves, goes home. I think there was a discussion about, hey, call me when you get there, make sure you get home safe. And Katie indicated that she would do that, but she forgot. Why is that significant? Because Tara called her. Tara called her at 9:46 that night to make sure Katie had gotten home. And ladies and gentlemen, that is the last time that anyone is known to have spoken to Tara. Friday, again, January the 19th. I think it was kind of a cold, overcast, rainy day, kind of day that it seems like we've been having a lot of those lately. Again, expect you're going to hear evidence that the neighbor across the street smelled smoke, around 8:45, 8:45 as he was going to work. Point out once again, Tara misses property class. It started at 9:30 that morning. The clock on the wall stopped at 9:32. And then again, ladies and gentlemen, 11:22 is when the fire is reported at 160 Fawn Drive. I'm going to talk a little bit now about Chris Melton. Some of you have heard his name already in jury selection. Chris Melton was Tara's boyfriend. You're going to hear a lot about the relationship between Tara and Chris leading up to January the 19th of 2001. What I expect that you're going to hear is this was a relatively typical relationship between two very busy people in their early 20s. Tara and Chris met when they both attended college at Georgia College in Milledgeville. It's now Georgia College and State University in the late 90s. Tara and Chris were introduced through mutual acquaintances and hit it off, and they began to date. When Tara graduated from Georgia College, she went back home to the Lovejoy area. And for those of you who don't know, Lovejoy is off of I-75 south of Atlanta. And she got a job at a law firm there. Chris didn't finish school. He also moved back home in with his parents as well. That's in Covington. When Chris moved home, his mom told him he had to get a job. And so he got one. Chris became a plumber. And so at this time, Tara and Chris are in a long distance relationship because Covington, Lovejoy, about an hour and a half apart, maybe a little bit less. Tara moved to Athens, I believe in 1999, when she got a job at a law firm here in town. So at that time, Tara's in Athens, Chris is still in Covington, and so they're still kind of doing the long distance thing, right? Maybe not quite as long, but certainly not in the same town. And they found it hard to find time to get together. And so Chris moved to Athens. He got an apartment with a roommate at a place off of Millage Avenue. And he was commuting back and forth to work. Most of his work was in the Loganville, Gwinnett County area. But I expect what you're going to hear is that Chris and Tara were trying to figure out how to have an adult relationship when they both had a work life and other things going on that they had to manage. As I mentioned before, Tara started law school in August of 2000. I expect you're going to hear that during that fall semester, that first semester, Ashley and Valerie are going to mention to you that Tara was spending a lot of time at Chris's apartment. Now, that doesn't mean Chris wouldn't come over to her house too. He did, maybe just not as often. But when they did, they'd spend the night at each other's house, both at Millage Avenue and at Fawn Drive. This is normal relationship stuff. Moving into the spring semester, January 2001. Now remember, Tara was trying to buckle down, more time in the library. Well, at that time, Chris also had good things going on. I mentioned that he had taken up plumbing. He was working for a company, but around this time, he started maybe thinking about going out and doing work on his own. You know, his business was mainly in the Loganville, Gwinnett area. And so at this time, you know, he's using his truck, not a company one. It's his gas, his time spent commuting. And if he's traveling back and forth from Athens to Loganville every day, he's not making money. And the reason why I point all that out, ladies and gentlemen, because I expect the evidence is going to show that at that time, Chris moved back in with his parents in Covington. So he could spend more time working and less time traveling to and from. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I expect that others might have thought that the relationship between Chris and Tara was starting to fizzle. Again, I think the evidence is going to show that this was just a relationship between two young people whose presents and whose futures were still being figured out. with some highs and some lows, but nothing out of the ordinary. In fact, I expect you're going to hear that Chris had gotten Tara a very sentimental Christmas present just a few weeks prior to her death, and it made her really happy. He was going to come to Athens Saturday to celebrate Tara's birthday with her. Chris saw the potential for a future between them. Others may have made assumptions otherwise. But the bottom line, ladies and gentlemen, is the evidence will show you that there is nothing to suggest their relationship was in a bad place. Let's talk about what Chris was doing on January the 19th of 2001. As I just got done explaining, he spent the night before, Thursday night into Friday, at his parents' house in Covington. And from 7:15 that morning until long after Tara's body is discovered, his whereabouts are accounted for. At 7:15 or thereabouts, a coworker named Josh McCurdy came over to Chris's house, or Chris's parents' house, to be clear. And Josh was with Chris all day. There's a brief period of time around lunch, 1:30 to 2:30-ish, where they were not together. 1:30, obviously, after the fire at Long Drive. But other than that, they were together all day. Made numerous stops throughout the day. You're going to hear a little bit about some of those stops. What I expect the evidence is going to show is that at 9:08 that morning, Chris went into a Wachovia in Loganville. Wachovia, for those of you who don't know, is now Wells Fargo. And at 9:12 that morning, he withdrew $480 from the teller. I expect you're going to hear about some visits that he made to a place called Truck Customs. Remember, Chris is starting, to do his own thing. He's got a truck. He's in the plumbing business. He needs a pipe rack. He needs a ladder rack. So he'd gone to this place called Truck Customs. First stop time, I think maybe around 10 o'clock. Second time later in the afternoon. And it's at that second trip to Truck Customs, ladies and gentlemen, where Chris gets a call from Tara's mother. Something's happened in Athens. You need to come over. Ladies and gentlemen, all those facts were established fairly early in the investigation. Now, you're going to hear about Chris's reaction when he got the call from Tara's mom about something happening in Athens, how Josh actually had to drive him in his own truck to Athens. And even with all of this, ladies and gentlemen, with those facts being established early in the investigation, Chris was always under the microscope as it related to Tara's murder. He was asked to give blood. He was asked to give a sample of his head hair. He was asked to give a sample of his pubic hair. Chris was subjected to repeated interviews by law enforcement. Every time anything's ever been asked of him, his answer's always been the same: whatever you need. The evidence will show that Chris has been fully cooperative for over 25 years. I'm going to try and move a little bit quicker now because I think I'm taking longer than I intended. But there is a lot of other investigation going on in this case, ladies and gentlemen. This is a 20-plus-year-old case. The state is not going to present to you everything that was done over the course of this 23-year investigation. From a period of time, several months after Tara's death in 2001 until 2024, we're going to talk more about that soon, there was a lot of work being done on this case. But there was nothing that would point the police in the direction of Tara's killer. There are tens of thousands of pages of police reports, records. There are hundreds of hours of interviews. It would take months to present that in court, and we're not going to do it. And in so doing, we're not trying to hide anything. We're being mindful that it is an absolute impossibility to show you every lead that was chased down and every lead that became a dead end. About the dozens of persons of interest who are identified but ultimately ruled out. Hard work, frankly, just didn't result in any relevant evidence. One example, in 2010, the ligature, the printer cord, and the knife were retested for DNA, not just the blood, to see if there was any touch DNA on those items. And once again, only Tara's DNA was found. I expect over the course of this trial, you're going to hear about some missteps and some unanswered questions. Remember that window frame I talked about earlier? Well, the window frame was obviously taken into evidence back in 2001, but now, 25 years later, it's missing. And that's unfortunate. But what is fortunate is that you're still going to hear about the processing of that window frame that was done back in 2001 and how, again, there were no prints recovered. You'll hear that Tara's laptop, the one that I mentioned had been taken from her room, has never been found. And lastly, as far as unanswered questions go, I'd submit to you the evidence can show that no one investigating this case has been able to quite figure out exactly how the defendant got in and out of 160 Fawn Drive. Was it the kitchen window with the frame that showed signs of tampering? Was it the back door? To this day, ladies and gentlemen, there's no definitive answer. And the state's not going to be able to show you the answer to that in this trial either. That fact is not necessary to prove the defendant's guilt. And so again, with all this investigation going on and no leads being developed, the case goes cold. Something happened that changed all of that in 2023. Something called the Coleman-Baker Act was signed into law by Governor Brian Kemp. In case you hadn't figured out, the Baker part of that act is named after Tara. This is a law designed to address cases exactly like this one, where all leads have been exhausted and no likely perpetrator has been identified. What the law does is it directs new eyes to be placed on the file. See if all appropriate forensic testing and analysis was done in the first instance, or if additional testing might produce evidence or information relevant to the investigation. And so at this point, enter into our story agents Liz Bigham and Jeremy Howell with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. Agent Bigham, Agent Howell are longtime agents with the GBI, and they joined that cold case unit after the law was enacted. In December of 23, they started looking at this case. And one of the first things they did was a dogged re-examination of all the physical evidence in Tara's case, including the sexual assault kit that had been taken at her autopsy. That kit was resubmitted for testing in February of 2024. And so, ladies and gentlemen, a lot's changed about DNA and the way DNA is tested from back in 2001. I expect you're going to hear that the sensitivity of that testing has improved greatly. And so in February of 24, the crime lab was able to find first male DNA and then obtain a DNA profile from item 2I. It's going to get confusing. We can clear all this up later about the names of those items. 2I is labeled oral swab B. It's pretty confusing. And so upon further testing of 2I, what they do is they separate the DNA into what's called fractions. I'm not going to get too much into the details of it now, but the idea is you're trying to separate the female DNA from the male DNA. 2I, the oral swab. B, the first fraction is a match to Tara Baker. In the second fraction, there's a partial major profile of male DNA. And that DNA is not Tara Baker and is not Chris Melton. In case I haven't been clear, when I refer to a profile, what I'm, for lack of a better term, talking about is a DNA fingerprint. So when I talk about profiles, that's what I mean. But that profile, that partial major profile from item 2I, was eligible to be submitted into something called CODIS, C-O-D-I-S. That stands for the Combined DNA Index System. CODIS is an...
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm still here. I got my other screens going. I found a bunch of stuff from the Georgia Bureau, what is that called again? The GBI, Georgia Bureau of Investigations. They have tons of stuff. So I think we're gonna be able to get these documents pretty good. Just so you know, I'm on the case. I'm here, I'm watching. All right. Hey, Charles. Hey, everyone. Michelle, just jumping in. I know this is from court docs, so I probably don't have to stop so much. But anyways, also, if I ever get a strike or shut down, I have my spare impromptu. I'll just start the other live up, okay? If I can. Here we go. Let's finish watching this. It's going to be another 30 minutes, and then we'll watch the defense opening statements. Taking any suggestions, thank you very much.
National database of known DNA profiles. I think that as of November last.
Come on now, you don't have to say that. I mean, we're getting the videos from their thing. You don't have to say it. Just don't go there, but you don't have to announce it to everyone. I mean, I'm using their videos. Come on. It's part of the agreement. When you do you have to.
Last year, there were about 26 million known profiles in CODIS. And once that profile from item 2I was uploaded into CODIS, the way it works is it is routinely compared against the 26 million known profiles to see if any leads could be developed.
You guys don't have to do anything. I just suggest stuff that would help the show. You don't have to do anything. I'm not telling you guys to do anything, all right? If you want to, please do so. So,
on April 30th, 2024, there was a hit. And it was that DNA, again, matched from item 2I. And that hit was to the defendant, EDRICK FAUST. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the first time in 23 years and tens of thousands of pages of this law enforcement file that Mr. Faust's name shows up. So what do we know about Mr. Faust? He lived at 350 Cooper Road, and we talked about Cooper Road earlier. You can see it there. It's actually at the top of this picture. The star represents 160 Fawn Drive. I'll get more into that in just a minute. Cooper Road, again, at the very top, going horizontally in the picture. If you were to go left on Cooper Road, that's where you're going to run into Lexington Road, just to give you some orientation. Mr. Faust is living at 350 Cooper Road. 350 Cooper Road, ladies and gentlemen, is literally 585 feet from 160 Fawn Drive. So, next, what happens? Agents Bigham and Howell obtain a warrant to get Mr. Faust's buccal swabs, cheek swabs. And the purpose of that is to get a known sample of his DNA. CODIS, only a lead, you got to confirm it. And again, the first fraction from oral swab B, Tara's profile, it's always Tara's profile, vaginal, oral A, oral B, we'll clear that up later. Always Tara's DNA in that first fraction. And in that second fraction, you're gonna hear about there being two profiles, but the major profile, the partial major profile from item 2I was a match to EDRICK FAUST. And that match, I might mess up the wording of it, was 1 in 800 quadrillion.
I have objection, Your Honor. And I have a motion.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to have you go back into the jury room. Don't discuss the case. Thank you.
I don't know if that was it or what. Yeah, that was it.
The defendant and Agents Bigham and Howell. And then at the end, they tell him what the charges were for. Agent Howell actually says, and he's referring to Tara here,
I think this is probably gonna. There's 2 minutes left of this. I'll find the defense one. It probably goes into that one. I'm guessing. Finish this up. There's 2 more minutes. I'm getting the other link. Okay.
don't you remember? It's kind of a big deal. Agent Howell offers, if you can help us understand why your DNA is in that house, help us. I'm here to exonerate just as much as I am to hunt. And you'll hear the defendant's reaction. Ladies and gentlemen, at the beginning of my opening remarks, I talked about how this trial represents the final chapter in a long, sad saga for both the Baker family and for the Athens community. For decades, everyone who loved Tara wanted to know who killed Tara Baker. Ladies and gentlemen, EDRICK FAUST killed Tara Baker. EDRICK FAUST sexually assaulted Tara Baker. EDRICK FAUST set her house on fire. And now, the final chapter begins today. But the last few pages of this story haven't been written. At the end of the trial, we're going to hand you the pen, and you, the jury, will write those last few pages. And when you do, you'll have the evidence to write the correct ending to this horrible saga. Ladies and gentlemen, I didn't say the happy ending. That's not possible. The correct one. You'll have everything you need to know to write the ending that the facts support and that justice demands. An ending that finds, beyond a reasonable doubt, the defendant, EDRICK FAUST, is guilty as charged. Thank you.
My name is Attorney Ahmad Cruz, and I have the privilege and the honor of standing beside Mr. EDRICK FAUST during this case. First and foremost, I want to thank you all for your sacrifice and taking time away from your families, your jobs, and your very important matters to sit and listen to the evidence the state presents in this case. We intend to get you all home as quickly as possible. Once you have all the evidence that you need to make a decision and not a moment before. First off, you can see on your screens, I'd like to tell you what happened. You all sat through 5 days of jury service and no one ever explained to you what happened. Then we're going to talk about how this is a crime of opportunity, the evidence that you were here supporting that this is not, let me put it this way. You'll hear evidence supporting that this is a crime of opportunity. Then we'll get into Chris Melton's and Tara Baker's relationship and what the evidence will show there. That is going to be very important in this case to understand what was going on with Miss Baker and Mr. Melton before she passed. Then we're going to talk about then I'd like to talk about with you the initial investigation in this case. This investigation, when it came to Mr. Faust, that isn't the initial investigation, but this investigation, when it came to Mr. Faust, you may decide that this is one of the most thorough investigations in Georgia history. In fact, you will learn that this investigation reached a level of desperation. And at the end of this trial, you are going to have questions that the state is not going to be able to answer. And I believe during the state's opening, they admitted one, which is they cannot present evidence to you, or they cannot answer the question of how Mr. Faust would have gotten into Miss Baker's home. They also can't answer the question of when did Mr. Faust's DNA get in Miss Baker's body? They don't know. They won't be able to answer the question, how would Mr. Faust get away from Miss Baker's home unseen at the time of the morning that they said he committed this crime? The evidence will show that in Deer Park, Black people simply walking were reported. In fact, on January 19th, 2001, the day Miss Baker passed away, there were 3 individuals reported, two, but one person was reported twice. It was a Black male. He had a afro, and he was wearing a bright orange shirt. And the witnesses say, hey, he's just walking normally through the neighborhood. Is he looking around suspicious? No. Is there anything unique about him? No. Actually, when I pulled out my car to get out the driveway, he stopped for me. So the state won't be able to answer if they're reporting individuals walking through the neighborhood. How did Mr. Faust get away unseen in the middle of the morning? And the last question that the state won't be able to answer for you. If Mr. Faust killed Miss Baker, why was the hair that was found on her body, around her body, in her hand, and on the murder weapon of Caucasian origin? You will hear evidence in this case that there is not a shred of evidence that puts Mr. Faust, let alone a Black person, in Miss Baker's home. All of the evidence, including the gift Miss Baker left in her hand for police, it's Caucasian hair. Now, the state, these questions have to be answered with evidence, not speculation, not with sensationalized media coverage, and not with unsupported conclusions. These are questions the state must answer for you with evidence and proof. The state may spend a lot of time talking about Mr. Faust's DNA. That is not at issue in this case. DNA is not at issue in this case. But they may spend a lot of time talking about Mr. Faust's DNA being present among, as they presented to you, the multiple DNA profiles that were found and identified. But you may find yourself asking this question at the end of the state's presentation of evidence. How does Mr. Faust's DNA simply being in Ms. Baker's body, along with someone else's DNA profile, establish that he is the person that killed Ms. Baker? And this is why you all are here today. This is why we are here today. We're not here to talk about, and the state is going to present this type of evidence. We are not here to talk about how bad of a person Mr. Faust may have been, how horrible of a boyfriend he may have been. That's not evidence in regards to what they must present to you to prove that Mr. Faust is the individual that committed these acts that they've chosen to charge him with in the indictment. We're here to talk about and find out whether the state's evidence proves beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Faust committed the crimes that he's charged with. That's it. That is why we are here. And in this trial, the question is not who killed Ms. Baker. That is not the question that anyone is asking you to determine. But again, the question is simply, does the state's evidence that they present to you prove that Mr. Faust, proves beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Faust is the person responsible for burglarizing Ms. Baker's home? He's charged with burglary in the indictment, sexually assaulting Ms. Baker, and killing Ms. Baker. That's the sole question you have to answer. Not who did it, just does the state's evidence support beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Faust is the person that committed this crime? And that's the key issue in this entire case. And you may get distracted by emotion in this case. You may get distracted by your
No, why would you already want to stop skipping stuff? What are you in a hurry to get to? I mean, the prosecution, the rebuttal is the rebuttal to this. It's how all cases go. The prosecution does their opening statement. The defense does their opening statement. Then the prosecution has the last word. That's what all trials do. Well, you want to skip it?
Of Mr. Faust's life choices. But you cannot lose focus and you cannot forget why we are here today. You are here on a murder, a rape, an aggravated sodomy, and a burglary case. You're going to learn that this is not a case of stranger on stranger violence, but rather a case of interpersonal violence. Interpersonal relationship violence. But you cannot be distracted. You can't be distracted. The reason we all chose you is because we thought you were the best jurors to sit on this case. You would not be distracted by emotion, and you would let the law guide you and come to a just decision. The death of a person is a horrible, horrible tragedy, and no one in this courtroom would tell you otherwise. We are not the media. We don't have the opportunity to speculate and draw in viewers. We don't have the opportunity to sensationalize this case of Ms. Baker's life. And that's what we're going to talk about during this trial, is Ms. Baker's life. We're going to show you what Mr. Faust looked like in the year 2000. This is Mr. Faust in the year 2000. He looks completely different than he looks now. What we put an emphasis on and what you'll hear in evidence is this is how Mr. Faust carried himself. He was a very well-dressed, clean-cut individual. He wore jewelry. He drove nice cars. We expect the evidence to, we expect the evidence to show that. We're also going to show you a picture of Mr. Faust on February 8th, 2001, which is about 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 2 or 3 weeks after Ms. Baker's death. This is Mr. Faust about 3 weeks after Ms. Baker's death. Without a haircut, obviously, without his jewelry in, but this is a picture of Mr. Faust. And the evidence will show this is how Mr. Faust looked after Ms. Baker's death. In 2001, the evidence will show that Mr. Faust was a 25-year-old bar-hopping playboy. You will hear for some of Mr. Faust's ex-girlfriends, particularly the state will call Miss Brenda Sweeney. And you will learn in this case that the state, Miss Elizabeth Bigham, she will testify that she's reviewed every single document in this case file. And based on her review of that information, what you will learn is that Mr. Faust did not stay at 350 Cooper Road. Mr. Faust actually stayed in Knollwood Apartments with his girlfriend, Miss Brenda Sweeney at the time. And this is information that the state has had before today and during the entire pendency of this case. So what happened? That's the question that we're here to figure out. What happened with Ms. Baker? This is Ms. Baker shortly before she passed. This is her law school photo that she took while she was a student at the University of Georgia. And these are Chris Melton's hands after Ms. Baker's death. So Ms. Baker was killed on January 19th, 2001. These photos were taken on January 21st, 2001. This is Mr. Melton's left hand. This photo, these are Mr. Melton's right hand. During this trial, you will learn the nature of Ms. Baker's death. It was an overkill. And what we mean by that, it was terrible. That's the best word I could use. It was terrible. It was a horrible death. Ms. Baker was not only unalived, but the person who did this to Ms. Baker, they beat her, they punched her over and over and over again. And you will hear from the medical examiner the injury she had to her face. Her eyes were swollen and blackened. And then this individual, and we don't know the order, but this individual, this sick individual, then took Ms. Baker's printer cord and wrapped it around Ms. Baker's neck. And he laid on top of Ms. Baker as he pulled the opposite ends of that printer cord, strangling her. That individual, at some point, again, we don't know the order that this took place, but these are the things that took place. This individual at some point walked to Ms. Baker's kitchen, pulled out a knife out of her knife block, and then stabbed Ms. Baker in her neck. And you'll hear that Ms. Baker was stabbed on the right side of her neck. This wasn't enough for this individual. This individual then went into the living room of the home, took Miss Ashley Hall's chenille blanket off of the couch, went and turned on the eye of the stove. They put the blanket on the stove. When this blanket caught a blaze, what occurred was this person walked back into Miss Baker's room while Miss Baker laid on the floor, still grasping for air. You will hear that there was a shoot in her lung. He places this blanket on the bed. And then this person takes your laptop. You will hear back in 2001, laptops, cell phones now are like laptops. Back in in 2001, laptops were like the cell. You have all your personal information. But this person takes her laptop, he then closes her door, locks it, goes to her bathroom door, and you saw a picture of it in the States opening, closes the bathroom door, locks it, and takes his time to clean up Miss Baker's house. As the state mentioned in their opening, this person wiped down the door. This person wiped down the stove handles. This person wiped down the back door. This person wiped down the window sill. And when firefighters, obviously fired a couple of hours later, the fire burst through the roof, you will hear from firefighters that in order to get in this home, they had to kick in the door. And it was deadbolt locked. And the type of doors you'll learn that Miss Baker had, the top lock has a key that you can put in. You have to unlock it to unlock the deadbolt. The bottom lock from the inside, you can just twist it. They have to kick in the front door. It is deadbolt locked. And the back door, there's so much smoke, and the state said this in their opening, there's so much smoke in the house, the firefighter goes to the back door to unlock the door, and the deadbolt is locked on the back door. But what you will hear is that when firefighters found Miss Baker, the individual that did this to her, this was somebody she was comfortable being naked with. The state is not going to present any evidence that clothes were ripped off of her. The state is not going to present any evidence that clothes were found near her. The state is not going to present any evidence that a towel was around her. She was completely nude. No clothing around her body at all. Now, while this individual was strangling Miss Baker, you don't leave the life sentence or bring your life sentence. That is, we intend to present is that Miss Baker was scratching at this individual's hands while he was trying to strangle him. While he was choking Miss Baker was trying to get him off. While he was choking Miss Baker was grabbing his hair, trying to get him off. And the forensics evidence, we'll get into the forensics, I won't go there now. But forensics evidence will support that Miss Baker was fighting for her life. Now, I mentioned the back door, that the back door was deadbolt locked. You will hear from a young lady by the name of Miss Kishana Armstrong. She's Miss Baker's neighbor. Okay? Miss Baker stayed at 160 Fund Drive. Miss Armstrong stayed at 140 Fund Drive. So if you're looking at this map, Miss Baker's home is here where the blue tarp is. Miss Armstrong's home is right here. And what Miss Armstrong could tell you, and this is the same thing she told law enforcement 20 plus years ago that they ignored, was that, hey, it was 7:45 in the morning. I was going to my car because I had classes. I was getting ready to go to school. And to my surprise, I found it odd that a white guy was running through my backyard with a white t-shirt on and light blue jeans. And Ms. Armstrong is going to tell you, you'll see a photo of it, but Ms. Armstrong is going to tell you, she's going to testify. What she'll tell you is this person, I can't remember the face because it's been 24 years ago. And you'll learn police never followed up with it. They never showed her a photograph of Chris Melton. And as the state said, Chris Melton was the center of the investigation, right? But they never showed her a photograph of Chris Melton. They never gave her a photo lineup. They said, hey, do you recognize anybody in this photo lineup? So what she'll come in and testify to is, hey, I don't remember the person's face. I can't really remember the person's hair, but I do remember the person having the exact same color hair as Chris Melton. That's what Ms. Armstrong is going to tell you. This is Chris Melton back in 2001. Mr. Armstrong is going to tell you that he can't remember your hairstyle. I can't really remember your hairstyle. But I do vividly remember this person's hair color. And what you'll learn is police never even asked her a hair color. They don't even ask her. When they interviewed her 20 years ago, they don't ask her about the hair color. Only thing they ask her, how tall is the person? What age group does he look like he was in? And she'll say he looked like he was in his 20s. He had kind of like a medium athletic type of build. And they're aware that Miss Baker is dating Chris Melton. They never show her a photo of Chris Melton. You will learn in this case that law enforcement ignored Miss Armstrong for 25 years. We had to reach out to Miss Armstrong. Once Mr. Faust was arrested, Miss Armstrong was no longer needed. Crime of opportunity. I told you that I would talk about how this crime is a crime of opportunity. During this trial, one of the most important facts that you all will learn is that Miss Baker did indeed have two roommates. One of her roommates is Dr. Delphi. I believe you heard about her from say. Then she went by Mrs. Miss Valerie Lane, who's at school. And also Mrs. Ashley Peavy Hall. At the time of this case in 2001, she went by Miss Hall. You will learn that each girl had a boyfriend, and we are counting Miss Baker and Mr. Melton. So at any given time, you will learn that there were 6 people in the house. And it was very rare, for your testimony, it was very rare that someone would be at the house alone. However, on January 18th, 2001, being great roommates, Dr. Lowe tells Miss Baker, hey, I'm not going to be home. You can tell, I believe she was going somewhere with her boyfriend, so she was going to be out of town. Miss Ashley Peavy Hall tells Miss Baker the exact same thing. And you will hear testimony about Miss Baker's response. What you will know is that Miss Baker was home alone. What you will also hear is that Miss Baker and Chris Melton spoke the day before her death 5 times. There was a 22-minute call. There was a 5-minute call. There was a 19-minute call. And there was 2 other short calls the day before her death between Miss Baker and Chris Melton. And when law enforcement asked Chris Melton the day of the crime, or the day close to the crime, hey, did you know that Miss Baker was going to be by herself? He said, of course not. He said, of course not. I didn't know that. She wouldn't have told me anything like that. But I do remember me telling her that I wouldn't be able to come down to Athens and spend the night with her. A couple of years go by. And police do this as part of their investigation tactics. Police ask him again, hey, do you remember if Miss Baker told you that she was going to be home alone by herself the day before she died? Chris Melton then tells law enforcement, I don't remember. So a question that you will have to ask, maybe a question that you will have, is if your future fiance told you she was going to be by herself and died the next day, is that a fact that you will forget? You will also learn about the nature of their relationship. Dr. Lowe will tell you that Ms. Baker and Mr. Melton, first semester of law school like this, they're really tight, really close. Mr. Melton will probably testify that if there are 7 days in a week, 5 of those days, him and Ms. Baker would be together. And this is first semester. But you'll hear from Dr. Lowe that on New Year's Day of 2001, she came home, and to her surprise, Ms. Baker was home alone. And she talked to Ms. Baker about it, and she asked her about it. Ms. Baker gave her response, I don't think it's bad. But Dr. Lowe will say there was a change in the relationship from that day up until the time Tara had died. They were not spending as much time together as they used to. But you'll also hear from Miss Baker's best friend. And I say best friend because Chris Melton stated, and that may be his testimony, that Mrs. P.D. Hall was Tara Baker's best friend. She described the relationship to law enforcement as it's pretty much like watching the normal ending of a relationship. But when law enforcement asked Mr. Melton about the relationship, Mr. Melton says, oh, everything was fine. She was my borderline fiance, we were about to get married. It wasn't until 5 months later in June when law enforcement approached Mr. Melton and said, Chris, we heard about a fight that you and Tara had the week before her death. Do you know about that? And for the very first time, he admits that there was trouble in paradise. He says, oh yeah, I know about that. It wasn't a big deal. It was something minor. Now, in the evidence that was provided to us, it wasn't provided to us. You'll learn that we don't have any information on what that fight was about except what Chris Melton said it was about. But it also matches up with Chris Melton's timeline. Chris Melton, when he interviewed with police in 2024, he told law enforcement that he had not seen Tara Baker in 10 days. Okay? That is a very important number. He said that I had not seen Tara Baker in 10 days. That 10 days lines up with their last fight. And Chris Melton said, 5 months later, I remember this fight. That is an important date to remember. Because in 2001, when Chris Melton was asked, or matter of fact, he wasn't asked, Chris Melton was told that there was DNA evidence in this case in 2001. When they told him it was DNA evidence, Chris Melton volunteered. I was just with her 6 days ago. She was at my parents' house, and we had sex 6 days ago. And then he asked, did y'all find semen or anything on her like that? But this is the issue. Law enforcement failed to follow up. They met with Chris Melton's parents, and you would think it's a significant piece of information that you saw a young lady that died at your home the week before she died. The parents never mentioned or confirmed seeing Tara Baker at her home, at their home the weekend before. What's verified based on Chris Melton's own words, twice, 2024 and 2001. He saw her 10 days before she died, and they had a fight the week before, which would line up with that 10 days.
And I will jump in for 1 second. What's interesting is because V sent me this case, and we're going to continue watching it. But yeah, it's going on now. But I accidentally stumbled on this one, and I thought I was reading the right one. It's called Antonio Faust versus State in Georgia also, and I thought I had the right one. And I was reading this, and this is a really interesting trial. So, and this happened a long time ago, and so I'm going to look into this one. So if you ever heard anything about this case, it was a guy named Antonio Faust, convicted for crimes related to the kidnapping of Michael Pippins and the shooting death of David McMillan III. And wow, I got halfway, I got down to here, and then V let me know that I was reading the wrong Faust case. So then I went and found the right one, which is what we're watching. But this one is back, this one happened and there was appeals and all this stuff. So this will probably be a good one I'm going to look into. So I stumbled on this. So afterwards we'll watch that one. But yeah, it is in the courts now. So we'll continue with that. Where the fuck was it? Which one was I watching? Was I watching this one? Yeah. So we'll continue watching this, but I believe, I don't think it's going to be as good. Like, not, I don't know if we'll be able to get any docs yet. So I'm going to look into that other one. So let's just watch this, and I hope you enjoy. Let me know, taking any suggestions. Well, thank you, V. I didn't say anything was. I don't even know. I'm just looking for something for us to cover. So I didn't say everyone's innocent. But you put your LOL, so I'll take it. Fine, whatever. I didn't say everyone was innocent. Yeah, anything. Because I mean, I'd love to do something properly that has something like these, videos and a trade case that's over and somebody we don't dislike, like Murdaugh is not very likable, right? So I don't know. I just, the cases I want to cover would be somebody who we can, like, don't hate, like Murdaugh. I don't want to watch the Murdaugh trial because he looks like a, good old boy, and it just looks horrible. I don't know. It looked horrible.
I promised you that I would talk to you about Chris and Tara's relationship. So this was a relationship where these individuals met at Georgia Military College. Chris was in school as a pre-med major. So pre-med is pretty much when individuals are going to school to become doctors. Tara was Miss Baker was in school to become a lawyer. So these individuals were equally yoked when they met. Miss Baker graduated school, and of course, as you know, she entered law school. Mr. Melton dropped out of school. And what happened when Mr. Melton dropped out of school, Miss Baker, she moved to Athens to attend law school. And I'm sure Chris Melton knows he had an amazing woman. He followed. And he didn't follow and move in with Miss Baker. What he did, he followed and moved into a room of someone else that Miss Baker introduced him to. And you will learn that Mr. Melton, to stay close to Tara, was traveling back and forth every day for work from Athens to Covington, Loganville, Gwinnett County, Georgia, every single day while Miss Baker was attending law school. You will hear that towards the end of 2000, as I mentioned, that Miss Baker was distancing herself from Mr. Melton, and she was developing a friendship with another individual, an individual that was in her profession. Her roommates will also tell you that the relationship with Mr. Melton was coming to an end. Now, this is the biggest thing I want you to focus on during the closing. During the evidence. It's Chris Melton's behavior after Miss Baker died. This is going to be extremely telling evidence. Miss Baker dies on January 19th. On January 25th, Mr. Melton goes to Miss P.B. Hall's home to spend the weekend with her and her boyfriend, the family. On the 25th, he calls a girl by the name of Lisa Tucker and invites her on a lunch. Let me change it. Goes on a lunch. I'll say that. He goes on a lunch. I don't want to misstate anything. We're talking within a week of his borderline fiance dying. Then on this next day, after he set up a lunch with Miss Lisa Tucker, he then calls a woman by the name of Holly Hufford and sets up a lunch with her as well. And Miss P.D. Hall went to this lunch with Chris and Miss Holly Hufford. And she took her boyfriend at the time, Chris Hall. And what she'll tell you, or what the evidence will show, is that during that lunch, Miss P.D. Hall witnessed Mr. Melton flirting with Holly Hufford and even rubbing Miss Holly Hufford's back a week after his girlfriend has just died. And when Miss Ashley P.B. Hall says, all right, me and Chris are leaving, Chris Hall, her boyfriend's Chris Hall. Me and Chris are leaving. Mr. Melton explained to them that he was going to stay and hang out with Miss Hubbard. And this, again, is within a week of his borderline fiance being brutally murdered. You'll learn on January 27th, after hanging out with Miss Hufford, he called her around 10 o'clock that night and told her if she was out on the town, to give him a call. Again, this is a week after his girlfriend has just been brutally You will also learn that there was a candlelight visual for the woman that Mr. Melton claimed that he loved, and if you've experienced death, you know death is like this, you're losing in an instant. There was a candlelight visual held for Miss Baker. And instead of going to that candlelight visual for Miss Baker for his girlfriend, Mr. Melton told law enforcement, because they had to confront him with this information. This is nothing that he told law enforcement. They confronted him with this information. Mr. Melton told law enforcement that, yeah, I knew about the candlelight visual. I knew about it for about 4 days. But, you know, Lauren, she already had these tickets to this country concert at Turner Field. And, you know, she told me that, she talked me out of going. She said that, you know, Chris, that isn't somewhere you need to be. So instead of going to his girlfriend's, if they were still together, his girlfriend's candlelight visual, he went to a country concert at Turner Field with 2 other couples. It was him and Laura Sherling. It was Laura Sherling's mom and dad. And it was also another guy and gal couple. You, the jurors, would have to decide if Chris Melton's actions after Ms. Baker's death were consistent with someone who had suddenly lost their future wife. Next, I'd like to talk to you about law enforcement's failures. And there was a lot of failures in this case. During the trial, you will learn this case is not simply about my client, Mr. Faust. This case is not simply about Mr. Melton, nor is this case simply about Tara Baker. You will learn that this is a case of law enforcement neglect and failure. The evidence will show while this entire community was in dread and fear, law enforcement had enough evidence supporting that the person that killed Ms. Baker was right in front of them. But because of the cameras, because of the media attention, and because of the sensationalism, they have Mr. Faust sitting in that chair. The evidence will show that law enforcement knew, this is information they're aware of, law enforcement knew and ignored, as I mentioned, that all the human hair found on her body that did not belong to Ms. Baker was of Caucasian origin. You will not hear a shred of evidence that there's an African-American man's hair on Ms. African-American's hair on Ms. Baker's body. And the reason we showed you the photo of Mr. Faust with the afro is because he had a lot of hair. The evidence will show that law enforcement conducted a DNA test. A DNA test was done. This isn't the first DNA test. A DNA test was conducted on a pubic hair found on Ms. Baker's butt. Now, in this case, and the state has already told you this, so I'll follow up with it. In this case, it is undisputed that Ms. Baker was sexually assaulted anally. A piece of evidence that law enforcement had was a pubic hair was found on her buttocks. They conducted a mitochondrial DNA test on this hair. And the results of the test was that Mr. Melton could not be excluded as the contributor of the hair. This is information law enforcement had. Law enforcement knew, and this science is now not good science. I do want to be very clear with you. So we're not talking about it because of its scientific purposes. We're talking to you about it because they knew this information. There was a hair found on the murder weapon, Ms. Baker's murder weapon. So on the cord that was used to strangle her, the cord block was next to Ms. Baker's head. I'm sure you'll see photographs of how Ms. Baker was found. On this block, they found hairs, human hairs. And one of the hairs, they did a test. It's not good science anymore. I want to make that clear. But at the time in 2001, law enforcement knew that that the scientists had determined that this hair was similar to Chris Melton's hair. Law enforcement ignored it. Law enforcement knew and ignored, and the state has already told you this, there was no evidence of forced entry in Ms. Baker's home. They talked about a window. This is what you will see in the evidence. Hunter, can we? This is the window that the state talked to you about. It's not the best picture, but what you'll see is there's a screen in this window. Because they could not figure out how the person got into the home, they started going around the house and they saw a bent screen. You will hear they saw a bent screen. And because the screen is bent and in the window, they assumed, hey, maybe this person broke in the house by taking the screen down, lifting up the window, lifting up the blinds, climbing into the window, committing this crime. Then because the doors are locked, they climb back out the window, let the blinds down, close the window, then put the screen back in place. And I'll show you a closer picture of what you will receive in evidence of that screen. That's a closer image of it. And this is one more image of that screen as well. And it's just showing the shape it was in when law enforcement saw this screen window. That's the outside. Now we're going to show you the inside, and this is what you'll see in evidence as well. This is the inside of that window. Chair in front of the window, blinds down, unruffled, but this is how they're alleging Mr. Faust entered into Ms. Baker's home and exited Ms. Baker's home to commit this crime. The law enforcement ignored that there was no signs of forced entry into her home. They ignored that both the front doors were deadbolt locked and the back doors were deadbolt locked. Law enforcement knew and ignored, and this is very important too, because Mr. Faust is charged with a burglary. Dr. Lowe will tell you that in her room, I think she had a change jar with money, she had jewelry in her room, she had electronics in her room, and nothing was touched. Nobody had even rambled through her home. You would also hear from Miss Ashley P.B. Hall, who will tell you, you may even see images, but you will learn that she had jewelry in her room and she had electronics in her room, and nothing was touched or taken. Nothing was rambled through. Then you will hear about Miss Baker's room. Miss Baker had heirloom jewelry in her room. Heirloom jewelry. She had diamond earrings in her ears. And the only thing that was taken is a personal item, which was her laptop. Police ignored that fact. Law enforcement also ignored, and well, let me say this. So we don't have to prove anything, right? We don't have to present evidence. The state has to answer the questions when it comes to this case. There are no questions that we have to answer. But something that law enforcement knew and ignored was after Ms. Baker's death, a young lady volunteered. She called in to law enforcement and said, hey, I believe Ms. Baker was out at a Mexican restaurant with me the night before her death. This young lady's name is Jessica Gann. And we're either get it through Ms. Gann or we get it through the law enforcement officer she told it to. But she said, hey, Ms. Baker was out with me the night before she died. She said, we're at a Mexican grill. And, I don't know if it's her, but I believe it was her. One girl, she was talking about law school. I think I heard her. Law enforcement never followed up on this information. Law enforcement never showed Ms. Gann any type of photo of Ms. Baker. Law enforcement never followed up on her to figure out, okay, what more information do you have? They never even confirmed whether or not it was Ms. Baker she saw. They just ignored it. So the state cannot present evidence to you supporting that Ms. Baker, after she left the law library the night before she died, that she did not go out. They don't know. They don't know if Ms. Baker went out. They don't know if Ms. Baker went home. They just don't know. And they don't have any evidence to show one way or the other. Now, they mentioned Chris Melton's alibi. On January 21st, Chris Melton's parents told him, Law enforcement, they are after you. They are coming for you, Chris. And that is a quote from Mr. Melton. That his parents told him, Chris, they are coming for you. This was January.
So you guys want me to not do this? I don't know. 1, if you want to watch this. 2, if you want me to. I could go back and read this one. This seemed interesting. I accidentally came on it and it sounded interesting. I don't know. I forget what I read, but sounded like he's done a bunch of appeals and stuff. I don't know. It sounded actually. I was right into this one until I realized it was the wrong one. Do what? Can you guys be more specific? Do what? I don't even remember what I said. What was it 2 for? This seemed pretty interesting. I guess it's good. I found it. I was reading the wrong one, but this was very interesting. I read all this. I will do it again to start fresh if you want. Right. Yeah. This seemed more interesting. I don't know. I think I stumbled on something, V, so it's okay. I think you're right. I was trying to get into that, but that's more like a Sunday afternoon thing, eh? Maybe I'll look into that and we'll do it. And I'll put something together more succinct. I don't know. Yeah. It wasn't grabbing me either. So I was trying to get into it, but. Right. I forgot what I asked, but I think, yeah. So what I'll do is I'll read the other one and I'll look into that the prosecutor and the defense, weren't very compelling. Like, not that they have to be entertainers, but they got to at least, I don't know, they both weren't very compelling. So maybe if we read not their stuff, but just like the actual trial stuff, I'll look into it after, because there seems to be lots of stuff. Do you guys want to watch the FBI or any updates on it, or no? Completely. Here's the 4-minute thing. So we stopped. I'll have to look into it. We are following. I was kind of hoping it would have been more compelling, and I guess you guys are right. So I'm with you. Don't worry. So it's 4 minutes of this, and then I'll read the other one.
An ongoing cold case murder trial out of Athens, Clark County. It's underway right now in Clark County Superior Court. If you've been with us for the last hour, you have seen us taking live looks into the courtroom. The live feed is now down. That is not uncommon. The live feed has been instructed to go down when the court is in recess. But let's get you up to speed on what this case and who this case is about. This is a cold case. Tara Baker is a 23-year-old UGA law student who was found dead in 2001. Authorities have now accused EDRICK FAUST of committing the murder. FAUST has pleaded not guilty. Now, his trial in this murder case, scheduled to start today, it was delayed by a few hours this morning. Opening statements were backed up because several jurors did not show up this morning. That's according to Law and Crime Network, who is serving as the pool video camera in this trial. A note from them today said things got off to a delayed start because of a few jurors. Opening statements did begin around lunchtime today. We continue to monitor that live feed. Like we said, the live feed is currently down because court is likely in recess. But we want to take you now to some comments made earlier today inside that Clark County Superior Court.
And so again, with all this investigation going on and no leads being developed, the case goes cold. Something happened that changed all of that in 2023. Something called the Coleman-Baker Act was signed into law by Governor Brian Kemp. In case you hadn't figured out, the Baker part of that act is named after Tara. This is a law designed to address cases exactly like this one, where all leads have been exhausted and no likely perpetrator has been identified. What the law does is it directs new eyes to be placed.
So how about this? I'm going to play a couple more minutes of this, and there's a couple of videos after, and I'm just going to go make a coffee, go to the washroom. I'll be back in 5 minutes. Whenever I get back and settled in, I think I'll probably read this. We stumbled on this one. It definitely seemed much more interesting. All right, guys, but just for now, let's just watch this until I can go. If I knew we were going to end up with that defense, I probably should have done it, but well, whatever. So after this is this is the 4-minute one. There's a quick update, 20 seconds, 50 seconds, and then the authorities speak. But I'll be back in 2 minutes, okay?
Placed on the file. See if all appropriate forensic testing and analysis was done in the first instance, or if additional testing might produce evidence or information relevant to the investigation. And so at this point, enter into our story agents Liz Bigham and Jeremy Howell with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. Agent Bigham, Agent Howell are longtime agents with the GBI, and they joined that cold case unit after the law was enacted. In December of 23, they started looking at this case. And one of the first things they did was a dogged re-examination of all the physical evidence in Tara's case.
So you just heard from inside the Clark County Superior Courthouse, remarks made just a few hours ago, if that, from the opening statements, the beginning of this cold case murder trial, the case in the killing of Tara Baker, again, a 23-year-old University of Georgia law student who was killed in 2001. Authorities have accused EDRICK FAUST of that crime. He's pleaded not guilty. His trial, as you just saw, it's underway right now. Opening statements have begun. It's expected, we are told, all in, the trial could take several weeks. We will continue to monitor, as we have all day long right here on 11 Alive Plus, us on the Plus app, on streaming, 11 Alive News, on television, our website. The whole team is tracking this case, and will continue to do so for as long as it takes over these next few weeks to track the outcome in this case, more than 25 years following the death of that 23-year-old UGA law student, Tara Baker.
Opening statements are expected today in the trial for the man accused in the 2001 killing of UGA law student Tara Baker. EDRICK FAUST is now charged with her murder. In documents, authorities say Baker was beaten, strangled, stabbed, and sexually assaulted. Jury selection was on Friday. They seated that jury Friday. We will be in the courtroom today monitoring this case when it starts.
A trial date has now been set for the man accused of murdering UGA law student Tara Baker. Court documents show the trial for EDRICK FAUST will start on October 20th. Faust was arrested nearly a year ago, 33 years after the crime happened. Baker was a first-year law student and was from East Point. The 23-year-old was found dead inside of her burned apartment, but police determined the fire had been set on purpose and ruled her death a homicide. In September of 2023, the GBI Cold Case Unit partnered with Athens Clark County Police for a review and an analysis of the investigation. Then they arrested Faust a few months later. He faces 9 charges, including felony and malice murder, as well as arson and tampering with evidence.
Again, I want to thank everybody for being here today. Today's meeting is about Tara. It's about this family that you heard speak here just a moment ago. We will take a few questions, but again, please understand that our question and our answers are going to be very limited due to the investigative and judicial process. So please be respectful of that.
What led to the break of the case?
Investigative work by the cold case unit and at
Can you single out any good forensic evidence or something that covers?
not at this time. The purpose of the cold case unit and working with these investigators from Athens, Clark County and the other investigators in this room is to take a cold case, to look over it, to reinvestigate it, to review it, and see if there is, information in there of a probative nature that we can go back and re-interview, whether it be interviews, forensic evidence, whatever the case may be, a successful conclusion like we had today. There's no connection that we have found in our investigation that indicates that.
Now we know Faust, looking at his arrest history, he had been in and out of the jail several times. He was even arrested less than a month after Tara was killed. How often is that he was in and out of jail? How is he not tied to her case too?
I'm not familiar with his criminal history, the details that you're referring to. And again, I will go back and repeat what I said earlier, that question. We found no connection in the investigation.
You talked about there are some forensic evidence, including DNA. Can you give us any insight into how that played a role here? And was that in combination with fresh eyes coming onto the case?
Everything that we did in that investigation involved fresh eyes, obviously, with the cold case unit, with the investigators involved in this. And what I will say, as far as the details there that got us here today, is everything was reviewed, whether it be interviews, forensic evidence, whatever the case may be. And then I will stop at that for now, if you don't mind.
Was it more difficult because of the involved in this case as well?
Difficult because it was 23 years old.
Was the evidence that you looked at, was it a new examination of existing evidence, or were you able to come up with, did you examine additional DNA and additional biological evidence to come to the conclusion?
Everything, whether it was testimonial or physical evidence, was reviewed and looked back into, is the best way for me to explain that.
So there was no new physical evidence, for example?
It was a review of everything that we had in the investigation.
DA Gonzalez, is it going to be difficult to prosecute a case that's 23 years old and just got a suspect today, last week? It's going to be difficult to prosecute that case.
Every case has its challenges, right? We work with our law enforcement to build that case up. And so it is always more of a challenge when it's an older case, but we do believe that we're going to be able to do what needs to be done in this case to get justice.
If I could ask the chief to talk a little bit more about the feelings that you have coming full circle this way, having been, I believe you said, on the scene at the time.
Sure. I think for a lot of law enforcement officers throughout the years, it's been greatly affected by this case. The Baker family is a wonderful family. And again, that night being on that scene and being there till 2:30 in the morning as investigators processed everything. And then afterwards, you live with those cases. And so for many nights, I've prayed for that family and thought about them. And then seeing billboards of terror up in the Athens community. And then coming an investigator and actually working on this case at a certain point, it affects you because you really would like to see justice for that family and for Tara. And so to see it come full circle, it's just a blessing. So I'm happy for the family.
Does the GBI expect to have more press conferences like this now that the bill is signed into law last year and the cold case unit is looking more and more into cases that have gone cold?
We're solving more cases.
With regard to your analysis of the biological and DNA evidence, did the technology exist 23 years ago that you used this time to analyze the physical evidence? In other words, could you have used existing technology back then the way you use it now to get the conclusion?
I'll answer it this way, and I've kind of already answered it the best way I know.
One of those cases where you got all these microphones here, but nobody can put a mic up for the reporters asking questions.
Know how at this point in time is this case, like many others out there, required a review of fresh eyes to reevaluate everything in the investigation, whether it be interviews or evidence. And new technology plays into that. That we're working in our crime labs across the state and utilizing that every way that we can to help solve these cases. And I'll say too, before we stop, is I apologize if I'm not answering the questions the way the importance and the magnitude of this investigation. And there is a lot of work left to be done in this by all agencies involved. And we again appreciate you being here. I just ask for your understanding in that, and please understand as we move forward with this. So thank you.
Who I've just been, again, so honored to get to know over the last year and a half, and thank them for all they've done for so many people across this state. Please welcome the Baker family.
Good afternoon. We'd like to thank everyone for being here and for their support during this incredibly January 19th, 2001 is a day our family will never forget. Our lives were forever changed and innocence lost.
And we're back. Yeah, their video, something's up with their video too. It's the feed they must have been using at the time. So I'll keep that up. I was going to read these, but I found this, the one I found earlier that I thought was the one V was talking about. It was Faust versus Georgia. The appellant Antonio. So I'll do this again properly. Knowing it's not the right one, but I'll just do a quick summary and then I'll go read these 10 pages because I think it was something interesting that we'll have to see. It sounded like it had lots of documents available and stuff too. So this is the wrong Faust v. Georgia case that I almost started going into. And luckily, now I know it's not the right one, but I was definitely captivated, interested, not captivated, interested, sorry. So there's an appellant, Antonio Faust, was convicted for various crimes related to the 2013 kidnapping of Michael Pippins and the shooting death of David McMillan III. Appellant's sole enumeration of error is that the state failed to prove venue beyond a reasonable doubt in regard to the crimes appellant committed against Pippins. The Georgia Supreme Court determined the jury was authorized to infer that a DeKalb County officer who responded to the 911 call and DeKalb County officer who was the lead investigator of the crimes against Pippins acted within the scope of their territorial jurisdiction. Accordingly, sufficient evidence existed for the jury to find beyond a reasonable doubt that the crimes against Pippins were committed in DeKalb County. As such, venue was proper and Faust's conviction was affirmed. But then when I read this, it didn't sound like they were all that sure because I had it here. So give me one quick second. And we're back for V, even though she's probably gone. You guys, here we go. I'm just going to read this because I sounded interesting. So, Faust v. the State, May 21st, 2018, what was decided. This is from the Supreme Court of Georgia, so I'm guessing we'll read it now to make more sense that it's not that other case. Yeah, thank you, Paula. I try to write. I'll get to those comments afterwards. All right. Maybe even after this, I'll go read them and I'll start writing them down for us. Okay. So thank you for any suggestions. Just know I'm just winging it, trying to figure out what to do for the people because I know you guys want something. And I feel it's just like I do like the videos are okay, but those two weren't very compelling, those guys. But also to just watch, but then to read it, because I feel reading it, we can stop and do it better. I believe I feel better doing that. So I'll have to check up on this afterwards if it seems interesting. So, anyone still here? This is a different Faust v. the state. Benham Justice. Appellant Antonio Faust was convicted for various crimes related to the kidnapping of Michael Pippins and the shooting death of David McMillan III. The crimes against Michael Pippins occurred on May 17, 2013. On August 13, 2013, in relation to Pippins, a DeKalb County grand jury indicted appellant on charges of armed robbery, kidnapping, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, and theft by taking. The crimes against David McMillan III occurred on May 18, 2013. In a separate indictment also issued on August the 13th of 2013, a DeKalb County grand jury in relation to McMillan indicted appellant on charges of malice murder and 2 counts of felony murder, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, aggravated assault with an intent to rob. Oops, sorry. Oh my God. I just bumped my microphone. Sorry, guys. Aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, aggravated assault with an intent to rob, and possession of a firearm in commission of a felony. Sorry. Said the skirmisher. At the state's request, the trial court joined the 2 indictments so that the matters would be resolved in a single trial. The trial court conducted a jury trial from August 11th to 14th of 2015, at the conclusion of which the jury returned verdicts of guilty on all charges. Appellant was sentenced to life in prison for malice murder of McMillan, victim, 5 years to be served consecutively to the life sentence for possession of a firearm during a felony of the said McMillan, 20 years for armed robbery, Pippins, the other victim, to be served concurrently with the sentences related to McMillan's death, 10 years for kidnapping, Pippins, to be served consecutive to the count of armed robbery of Pippins, and 10 years to serve for theft by taking of Pippins, to be served consecutively to the sentence for kidnapping of Pippins. The felony murder counts were vacated as a matter of law, and the other remaining counts were merged for sentencing purposes. Appellant moved for a new trial on August 28th, 2015, and amended the motion on July the 8th of 2016. On July 21st of 2016, the trial court held a hearing on the motion as amended and denied it on March the 16th of 2017. Appellant filed a notice of appeal on April the 7th of 2017 and an amended notice of appeal on June 6th, 2017. Upon receipt of the record from the trial court, the case was docketed to the term of this court beginning in December 2017 and submitted for a decision to be made on the briefs. Appellant's sole enumeration of error is that the state failed to prove venue beyond a reasonable doubt in regard to the crimes appellant committed against Pippins. For reasons set forth below, we affirm. Viewed in a light most in favor of upholding the jury's verdict guilty, the evidence shows as follows. Pippins testified he worked as a security guard at an apartment complex where he met appellant, who was a transient teenager. Pippins testified he allowed appellant to sleep at his apartment on approximately 3 occasions during the 4 months preceding the incident at issue. In the early morning hours of May 17, 2013, Pippins testified he arrived home to find appellant sitting on his front porch. Pippins said before exiting his vehicle, he stored his service weapon, a .380 pistol, on the back floor of his vehicle. Pippins allowed appellant to sleep inside his home for the night. In the morning, one sec. Sorry. I have to change something. In the morning, Pippins testified he and appellant got into his vehicle with the intent of driving to Pippin's mother's house. Pippins testified the appellant asked for cigarettes, so he stopped at a gas station convenience store on Covington Highway and Phillips Road. Pippins exited the vehicle and went into the store, while appellant stayed inside the vehicle. Pippins testified he returned to the vehicle with appellant's cigarettes, restarted the vehicle, and continued driving up Covington Highway. At this point, Pippins said he reached back to feel for his gun and discovered it was missing. Pippins testified he pulled over and stopped the car along Covington Highway, but the two men did not exit the vehicle. Pippins testified he told the appellant to give him the gun. According to Pippins, appellant was taking on one of Pippins' was talking on one of Pippins' two cell phones when Pippins demanded the gun. Pippins testified appellant pulled the gun out and shot it twice towards Pippins' feet inside the car, took Pippins' second cell phone, and told Pippins to take him where he needed to go. While appellant held him at gunpoint, Pippins testified he continued to drive on Covington Highway until he reached a road called Glenwood. Pippins testified he turned on to Glenwood and continued to drive on that road until it intersected I-285. Pippins testified at this point appellant demanded Pippins give him his wallet. Appellant then directed Pippins to turn off the main road, going down off Austin Drive by Towers High School. I should be writing these places down, so I want to go look for them later. I'll do locations in orange for now. Like stuff up, because I wrote that other one down, whatever it is, pink, whatever. And Pippins testified that the appellant directed him to Peachcrest area, still at appellant's direction at gunpoint. Pippins turned into a Salvation Army parking lot. And at this point, appellant exited the vehicle. Addendum. According to Pippin, written statement to police, which was completed on a DeKalb County Police statement form and admitted as an exhibit at trial, Pippins described the area where the appellant exited the vehicle as Peachcrest. Peachcrest area. Not road. Sounds like maybe a rest stop or something. Pippins drove away from the Salvation Army parking lot, ultimately stopping at a house located on Tulip Drive, where a woman called 911 for him. At trial, the records custodian for the DeKalb County Police Department appeared and authenticated the 911 call, which was played for the jury. Officer T.A. Green testified he responded to the Tulip Drive address as a part of his duties as a DeKalb County police officer. If that's going to be in here, it looks like I'm going to say it DCPO. That'll be DeKalb County Police Officer, probably. So if I say or DCPO, looks like there's probably going to be a lot of that. Officer Green testified that he asked Pippins what happened during the incident and also retrieved 2 .380 shell casings from inside Pippins' car. Officer Green testified that this incident Pippins described to him occurred in unincorporated DeKalb County officer J.D. Payton, who was a DKPO in the robbery. I get used to saying that. So if I say DCPO, that's an officer. And I'm guessing I might say like ISP, Indiana State Police. So if I say DCP, that'll probably be DeKalb County Police. And if I add an O to it, that's the officer. I think that might work. So in the robbery unit, testified he interviewed Pippins and showed him the photographic lineup, during which Pippins identified the appellant as the perpetrator. Addendum. Footnote 3. The trial record also shows Pippins provided a written statement at the DCPS, DeKalb County Police Station. That's the DCP. I'll have to work that out. It's new. As the lead investigator on the case, Officer Payton testified he secured a warrant for the appellant's arrest. In the early morning hours of May 18th, appellant met McMillan at a gas station. In a statement to DCP, which was audio recorded and played for the jury, appellant stated he entered McMillan's truck and gave directions for McMillan to drive to a street in the Peachcrest area, where the two pulled over and smoked marijuana inside the truck. The street in question was Pine Hill Drive, and an investigating officer testified that this Pine Hill Drive location was in DeKalb County. McMillan asked if appellant was a police officer, and appellant became upset. In a statement to police, the appellant said he fired the gun he had near McMillan's knee. Footnote, sorry. Police discovered a bullet hole in the driver's side door of McMillan's truck. Okay. Appellant told police that this incident was to rob McMillan. Appellant said McMillan exited the vehicle and attempted to flee, so appellant chased him. Appellant told police he had a struggle with McMillan, and the gun went off. Appellant told police he had only intended to rob McMillan, and the robbery had gone wrong. An eyewitness to the McMillan shooting testified at trial. The eyewitness testified that he heard people arguing outside his bedroom window in the early morning hours of May the 18th. He looked out of his window to see two people arguing in a truck. The eyewitness went down to the front door of his home and continued to watch the occupants of the truck from there. The eyewitness testified the driver exited the truck and then the passenger exited the truck. The eyewitness said the passenger started chasing the driver around the truck until the driver slipped, at which point the passenger shot the driver twice. After the shooting, the eyewitness said the passenger walked away after getting shot twice. So the driver slipped. No, wait. So the passenger, passenger guy shot the other guy, I guess. So it's, and then the passenger walked away. At the time, the crimes at issue in this case occurred. Appellant was on juvenile probation and reported to a probation officer. Appellant's probation officer provided a written statement to the DCP. Let's see. This written statement was admitted as exhibit at trial. So this would be good if they have all the exhibits and stuff. And let's see what happens here. And also testified at trial. The probation officer testified that appellant reported to her office on May 21st, 2013, and told her that he had committed some robberies and possibly killed someone. In a written statement, the probation officer noted that appellant said he committed the crimes in the Peachcrest area where he stayed. Also in a written statement to police, the probation officer stated she learned that there was a warrant for appellant's arrest, which discovery led her to contact the DeKalb County Police. At trial, the medical examiner testified McMillan died of a gunshot wound to the torso and that he recovered a bullet from McMillan's body during the autopsy. In addition to the shell casings recovered from Pippin's vehicle, police also recovered shell casings from the McMillan crime scene. A ballistic examiner, back then especially, ballistics examiner, testified he examined Pippin's stolen firearm. Footnote number 6. Oops. So footnote 6 is, appellant told police he gave Pippin's firearm to someone after the McMillan shooting. Pippin's provided a serial number for the firearm, which the DCP recovered from another law enforcement agency in 2014. 2 shell casings from Pippin's vehicle, 2 shell casings from the McMillan crime scene, and the bullet recovered from McMillan's body. He testified the bullet recovered from the body and the 4 shell casings from both crimes were all fired from Pippin's stolen firearm. Appellant testified at trial. He denied robbing and kidnapping Pippin's and denied killing McMillan. However, he admitted that he told his probation officer that he had committed the crimes in question. Appellant also testified that he lied to police about having a physical altercation with McMillan. Sounds like he's trying to just change his mind after he confessed, no? We'll have to see. That didn't sound very convincing to me. 1. Aside from venue as it relates to the crimes against Pippins, which we addressed in Division 2, Infra, whatever that is, the appellant does not dispute that the evidence was legally sufficient to sustain his convictions for crimes against both victims. Nevertheless, we have independently reviewed the record and conclude that the evidence was sufficient to authorize a rational trier of fact to find beyond a reasonable doubt that the appellant was guilty of the crimes for which he was convicted. Okay, so I thought this was going to be different. But so it sounds like I don't even know what I'm reading. I thought it was wrongful conviction or something. But my thing's trying to update software too. So there was precedents. They stated Jackson v. Virginia precedents. 2. The appellant alleges the state failed to prove venue beyond a reasonable doubt regarding the crimes against Pippins, armed robbery, aggravated assault, kidnapping, and theft by taking. The Georgia Constitution requires a criminal case to be tried in the county where the crime was committed. So, an example of precedents examples. The record shows the crimes against Pippins occurred entirely in his vehicle while in transit. 2-2. Crime committed while in transit. If a crime is committed upon any railroad car, vehicle, or watercraft, or aircraft traveling within this state, and it cannot readily be determined in which county the crime was committed, the crime shall be considered as having been committed in any county in which the crime could have been committed through which the railroad car, vehicle, or aircraft was traveled through. Emphasis in the original, in addition to crime in more than one county. If any case, it cannot be determined in what county a crime was committed. It shall be considered to have been committed in any county in which the evidence shows beyond a reasonable doubt that it might have been committed. Emphasis on that original. The court has held that venue may be proven by circumstantial evidence, and it generally is a question for the jury. So there's a precedence example case, 2 of them. On appeal, appellant contends the state was obligated to identify the county in which each discrete act against Pippins occurred as he drove appellant on the day in question. That was unnecessary. However, because there was sufficient evidence that the venue was proper in DeKalb County for all of the crimes for which the appellant was convicted. The officer who responded to Pippin's 911 call and was privy to Pippin's initial explanation of what occurred testified that he was a DCPO and DC DeKalb County officer. DCPO. This incident occurred in unincorporated DeKalb County. Pippins also gave a written statement to DeKalb DCP identifying the roadways he traveled, including stating that appellant finally exited his car in the Peachcrest area. The Peachcrest area was the same place where McMillan's body was found on a street called Pine Hill Drive. During the trial, an officer testified that Pine Hill Drive was located in DeKalb County. Appellant told his probation officer that he had committed crimes against both victims in the Peachcrest area where he stayed, and she contacted DeKalb County authorities as a result of his admission, sir, as well as gave a written statement to the DCP. The DCP department the DCPD led the investigation of the crimes against Pippins. And there's a footnote of 7. At the request of the DeKalb County Police Department, experts from the GBI examined, so if you're GBI, it's Georgia Bureau of Investigation, examined and testified about physical evidence collected from the crimes, as well as performed McMillan's autopsy. Okay. Public officials are believed to have performed their duties properly and not to have exceeded their authority unless clearly proven otherwise. Precedents, Chapman v. State. As such, the jury was authorized to infer that DeKalb County Officer Green, who responded to the 911 call, and DeKalb County Officer Payton, who was the lead investigator of the crimes against Pippins, acted within the scope of their territorial jurisdiction. See ID 318. This is footnote 8. So this is not a situation. So this is footnote 8. This is not a situation where the investigating officer's jurisdiction includes more than one county. Precedents, examples. Since the City of Atlanta police officers patrolled both Fulton and DeKalb County, the fact that City of Atlanta officers investigated the case was insufficient to establish venue in Fulton County. So precedents example. So the precedents example in brackets sounded like this. The fact that Walton County authorities responded to the intersections where shooting occurred and the scenes where the robberies occurred constituted circumstantial evidence of venue for the crimes at issue. That was in brackets. Accordingly, sufficient evidence existed for the jury to find beyond a reasonable doubt that the crimes against Pippins were committed in DeKalb County. Judgment affirmed. All the justices concurred. So it wasn't as interesting as I thought it would be. Sound like it's more of a wrongful conviction type of deal. Boy. So how about this? I'm going to, how about this? Oh, I made some changes. I should save that properly with my changes. Not, but I did some highlighting in this folder, right? Is this the right folder? Yeah. So it's going to overwrite. Yes. Okay, cool. Good at that. I don't think we're going to. So this sounded more interesting, but so how about I'll go and look to see who's suggesting what in those sections. Let's see in that post who's doing that part. Okay, so here we go. Suggestions in look at all the comments. Carrot Gate. So Skip said Lake Oconee murders. Okay, thank you. And Becky has said, hi, should we have a news article? Oh, that was the squirrel stuff. All right, look at this, guys. Nobody's making suggestions. So thank you, guys. Great. Everyone blows it in chat. I mean, like, am I supposed to do all this and check comments and chat? Oh my God. Oh my goodness, you guys. So here's what I'm going to read. What time is it? Oh, it's only 2:45. I'm going to read what I was going to read to begin with. And then, actually, you know what? I'm going to save this. I'm going to do what I was supposed to do the other night. And I'm going to finish up the other stuff, which is coming to the screen very soon. There it is. It is. So I was going to start new cases, but doesn't seem like that. So we can find new cases here. Different cases, right? Or I could do what I was going to do and I don't care what you say. I'm getting kind of sick of you. I mean, I asked people to write it down because how am I supposed to do this and keep track of everyone's comments? So I put the link in. People want to help out, they can just write under that. I don't know. Is that too much? Fine. So I'll read. I'm going to finish up with this stuff here. So I'm going to do these two, but what's this? Oh, no, that was the one. See, I saved it in there. So this was the affidavit for the search warrant. is it opening? Sorry guys, opening up on a different screen. Okay, so Faust, I'm done with that. So these were the ones I was going to do, but I'm going to save those because I think those are too important to just blow through. They're going to get their own show. Those are the first original cases, which is what this was titled, but I'm going to change the title to, we have the affidavit for search warrant, which was the original one. So these are all the things I didn't properly get to. The search warrant, obviously, but that's not, it's more of these ones. There's records. So these are the two big ones. And then there was, no, oh, it was this down here. So we had finished, that's what it was. We got to October of the trial, it's 2024. We got to like the 17th or 18th. This is the Delphi stuff that I skipped. It would be a bunch of those motions. That's December 10/31. So it was October. Look at, see, testimony of Julie Melvin, testimony of Andrew. I didn't do any of these. So, yeah, I skipped all those testimonies. So January, February, March. So it gets to March. Testimony at the hearings. So which hearings? Oh, these are the ones from the, I'll skip those. Because those are from the motions, the contempt and all that stuff, the motion to dismiss the exculpatory evidence. That's why it's so far back. So I need the ones from this, when the trial started, it's these motions here. Yeah. Yep. So I did, the first one I did was written on it. This is the one I need to do. This is where I need to start because I wrote this. So the verified motion for certificate of the appearance right before the trial. And maybe I'll cover that too. These ones I've saved, saving these big ones. That's like a whole show. So I will look here to make sure I've got the right ones. Page 1. Guess everyone disappeared. I didn't know Dee was on, so because if I'm going to sit around waiting for Dee's show to start, well, I can't go to any other shows, so fuck that. I'm doing my own thing. But hey, that's cool. They can all do what they want. A big boy. Let's do this. So I skipped over. I'll show you the ones I skipped. In case you want. If you don't want to, too bad. So I feel like I just have to finish just for my mind, even though I didn't do it in proper order. There's things I skipped, and I just know I skipped some couple important things. So right around here, emotions and lemonade and all that stuff. I skipped these. It's right here and around here, probably here. This will, I bet you this will be this one, 4 pages. Excuse me. So I don't need those just yet. Well, I bet you, or maybe not. 5 pages, brief in response to the prosecution's motion. Lemonade. What do I have? Verified motion. Maybe it's earlier. Maybe this is one. Verified motion. Oh, this is the one I did read. 99 pages. Testimony. So I must have read this one. So I'm here for notice change order. Prior to I read this. Yes. Yeah, that's what I did. So it's gotta be right here. Instructions from first joint stipulation regarding evidence. Self-authenticated without the necessity of a witness verifying its origin. And self-video. All door sheets. Okay, so that's one of it. So first joint stipulation, do I have it? That's from date Date. Oh. First joint's October 18th of 2024. I must have skipped that for sure. Oh, was I being rude? I don't know what you're saying. I have a gripe with my post. Should I complain or say nothing? You can say it. Why would you even ask me? I thought you meant like you were just saying it was something bad. I don't know. I don't need permission. If I was, well, I didn't understand what you're saying. Sorry about that sounding rude. I have a gripe with your post. What's the gripe? Because with the already the secret message and skip. Never heard of skips, but I'll agree with you. Also, I already looked. Is Becky with a secret message? What do you mean secret message? Oh. Well, I think it was rude of you to not acknowledge my emails for 2 or 3 days. How about that? You gave me shit for 2 or 3 days, and I sent some very nice emails. So, anyways, what was I looking for again? The instructions. So the first joint stipulation. That's what's this one? Instructions. Oh my goodness, 13 pages of instructions. No, I definitely covered this one because I remember skipping that. So I did that. So this one, October 18th, first joint stipulation card. October 18th. What? No, that's 3/18. Way up here. 10/18. Brief order. Yeah, I do have it. Okay. And first joint stipulations. Okay, so which one is this? 10/15. So that there's this one, then this one. Okay. 10/18. That's this one. It's at 5 pages. No, that's this one. Right. So I'll get rid of it. So yeah, 3 pages. I've got it right here. Boom. And then I need to find this one from 10/17, which is before this. A brief in response to the prosecution's motion to eliminate. Brief, yeah, boom. Look at this. Oh my goodness. So it's between. So there's this one, the 15th, 10/15, and 10/17, and this is 10/18. Looking good so far. And oh, hey, what's up, Cian? No, Cian, please. I'm not going to do all that shit here. Okay, so if you want to get all nutty, I don't want to do that here. I really like you, but I'm not playing all that. I'm not. Thanks, Cian, but please no. Thank you. I don't want to do all that stuff. You're good, dude. I like your stuff, but I don't feel like doing all. No, it's okay. It's okay, bro. Just, I don't really. I'm getting too old for that. You know, Murdoch and what was that fucking movie? Mel Gibson. I'm too old for this shit. I just don't want to do any of that stuff. So much energy. So much. There's enough hate in this world. I don't want to be involved. Thank you, though. But hey, what were you saying the other day? Did you want me to read for your videos? I didn't understand what you're saying. If you did, I would. Or were you telling me to go back in my videos to cut up and make videos? I don't understand exactly what you're saying, but then you mentioned you don't read in your videos. So instead of using AI voice, if you ever need a voice, let me rest mine. I will read stuff for you on my show, and then you could clip it and put it into your show if you ever wanted, or I don't know. I'm not sure exactly what you're asking, but don't you worry. I just really don't want that. I'm kind of bored with that. But I mean, I get it. People have to do things, but I can't get sucked back into that stuff. So if you ever did want a voice, I'm not sure what you're asking, but I would definitely read if you ever wanted. That's what you're saying. I probably have it all wrong. I'm not even sure. So then there's testimony. I did that. So this one, defendant's motion in lemonade. The defendant's motion in lemonade was October 20th of 2024. October 18th. Look at this. I have them all here. So these are the ones I skipped. Ooh. Boom. So I can get rid of. I didn't even open it up. So perfect. And once I read these, I'll be able to feel better. And I've already screwed this show up, so I might as well get it over. Then all I have left really is to go back to the beginning of stuff. But, I mean, I said I was going to read everything. I should have done it in order. I wish. So it feels a little. The reason it doesn't feel as good now is because I've kind of gone to the end, and I shouldn't have skipped them. They would have been much more relevant at the time. So actually, I should just do it. I think I have them all here. So I'm just going to keep reading to see what I can get done. All those motions and lemonades. These are the ones. Yeah. It's all this jump. Sorry. I skipped over everything. So let's see how far. These are all things. All right. Anybody okay with that or not? Or, oh my goodness. All this emotions and responses and emotions and lemonade and writs of mandamus. Actually, I covered both of these writs. I'm pretty sure. So that's too far. I'm getting too much. So how about this? And away we go. All right. The verified. So this is from the stuff I skipped from 10:15. So basically, right before 10:15. It's right before jury selection. I'm not exactly sure. No, right before a few. So jury selection was finished. Jury selection day 2 was 15th. What the hell was it? It'll say here. Was it this one? No. Might have been. Probably started right here. Yep. Yeah, this is the one. The briefing response, right? No. Jeepers. 10:15. Why am I skipping over that? What the hell? 10:15. No, this one, right? Must be. Yeah. So this is the one. Whatever this was. Appearance regarding out-of-state witness. Oh, let me see if this is even interesting. Out-of-state witness. Oh, it says Walla. No, I was thinking it was the FBI guy. Okay. Oh, did I read this one? Walla. It's following Walla's issue. No, a gate closure. I've never really touched on that, so I'm going to read this one. I've already ruined this show, so sorry for what? Sorry for what? If you guys are putting links, why don't you put a description for us instead of us having to click and look? What is it? Do I have to go and investigate your links? Because when I put a link and I put a brief description, wouldn't that be good? Like, it's up to you. I think I appreciate it if you do it. So I have to go chat. I have to go investigate it. It might be something great. DD. So you put another live stream in while I'm alive, Fishy? What the fuck is that? Thank you. Yeah, there we go. Thanks for getting rid of people, Fishy. You're great. Verified motion for certificate of comes now, Bradley A. Rosie. For defendant Richard M. Allen, pursuant and respectfully request that this court issue a certificate of appearance under the seal of the court, directing material witness F.G. Walla to appear and testify at the jury trial in this cause. In support of the said motion, Attorney Rosie swears and affirms as follows. The jury trial in this matter is set to commence on Monday, October the 14th. At which time jury selection will commence in Allen County. By direction of the court, opening arguments will begin on Friday, October 18th, 2024. While awaiting trial, defendant Allen was detained for a period greater than 1 year in the Westville Correctional Facility, maximum security segregation unit, pursuant to a safekeeping order issued by the Honorable Judge Benjamin A. Bloodlust Diener on the 3rd day of November 2022. Pursuant to said order, custody of defendant Allen was transferred to the IDOC while defendant Allen awaited trial. While at the facility, defendant Allen was assigned to psychologist F.G. Walla, who was at the time employed by IDOC's third-party mental health provider, Centuria. 5. On or about July 31st, 2024, F.G. Walla remained employed at Centurion and testified at pretrial hearings in this case. 6. In the days following her testimony, F.G. Walla was issued a gate disclosure by the Indiana Department of Corrections, and it is believed that Dr. Walla is no longer employed with Centurion. The defense just recently became aware of said gate closure. That's weird how they call it a gate closure, but it's like now they can't talk about it because basically you're getting fired, but they called it this bullshit gate closure disclosure. And then it's like, oh, she didn't get fired then. What? And apparent termination of employment with Centurion. 7. Centurion's legal representative, attorney Robert Brand, did communicate to attorney Rosie via email on September 18th of 2024 that he no longer represents Dr. F.G. Wall and cannot accept services for any subpoena or other documents directed to her. Attorney Brand further represented that he no longer represents any other party or non-party involved in this case and therefore cannot accept service on behalf of Centurion or any other Centurion provider. 8. Defendant Allen's attorneys believe, but are not certain, that F.G. Walla currently resides at some redacted stuff. Usually they put a big black line. They don't just do that. But F.G. Walla also confirmed during prior testimony that she resided in the state of Illinois. Therefore, defendant Allen desires to secure the appearance and testimony of F.G. Walla, an out-of-state witness, through the process provided for in bunch of numbers. 9. Defendant Allen believes that F.G. Walla is a material witness in this case for the following reasons. F.G. Walla, fangirl, when I say that, I'm not saying this. I'm saying F.G. Fangirl Walla was assigned to Richard Allen as his treating psychologist while he was incarcerated at the Westville Correctional Facility for over 1 year. B. Dr. Walla met with Richard Allen on numerous occasions during his stay at Westville, nearly all of which were intended to address and monitor the state of Richard Allen's mental health. C. Nearly all of the communications between F.G. Walla and defendant Allen occurred in confidential and privileged therapeutic sessions. D. The state intends to introduce as evidence in this trial incriminating statements made by Richard Allen while incarcerated at Westville Correctional Facility. E. The defendant intends to provide proof that incriminating statements made by defendant Allen were involuntary and resulted from the conditions surrounding his incarceration. F.G. Walla was in a position such that her medical opinion regarding her psychiatric condition his psychiatric condition is relevant to these proceedings. 10. The defense believes that F.G. Wallace's testimony will require approximately 2 full days and specifically requests that his honorable court order F.G. Wallace to appear on Monday, November the 11th, 2024, Monday 11th, and Tuesday, November 12th, to testify at the trial in this case. Man. Defendant Allen seeks a certificate of appearance from this court, this is number 11, acknowledging F.G. Wallace's materiality in this case and specifying the number of days F.G. Wallace will be required to attend the trial in this case. Cause. Defendant Allen further requests that said order be certified under the seal of this court. 12. Defendant Allen then intends to present such order to a court of record in Cook County, Illinois, county and state in which F.G. Wallace is believed to reside. Defendant Allen intends to utilize this process to secure F.G. Wallace's appearance at the trial in this case. Cause. And 13. Defendant Allen intends to tender a sum for expenses equal to the amount provided to reimburse F.G. Wallace for her attendance at the trial. All fees shall be charged upon Carroll County, Indiana, where his prosecution is pending. Oh, did you retract them? Didn't have to, but whatever. Okay. To reimburse F.G. Wallace for her attendance at the trial, all fees which shall be charged upon Carroll County where his prosecution is pending. Okay. Just for myself, I get to read these. I'm going to use green. This means when I'm done reading, I'll just put up here. That means I've read it. Okay. Boom. Save with changes. Correct folder. Boom. So at least this will be a good time for me to get used to this. So when I find another trial, if I get anyone listening, I'll be ready to do it properly. Why did I highlight this? What the fuck did I do here? I definitely highlighted that for something. Seems interesting. Let's do this. This is the brief in response to the prosecution's motion in Lemonade regarding the composite sketches. No, I definitely looked into these, but I don't know if I've read these all. I probably stopped here because I stopped at that other one. Comes now the accused, Richard Allen, by counsel, and for his response to the prosecution's motion in Lemonade regarding sketches states as follows. 1. The prosecution argues that composite sketches are inadmissible due to the fact that they were intended as an investigative tool to generate leads to identify a suspect, and in fact, these sketches were not related to the identification as a suspect. Therefore, the sketches would not be relevant under, of course, the sketches aren't related, right? Like, it's just a perfect renditions of the people, those people said they saw there, and at least one of them looks nothing like Richard Allen. So yeah, of course you don't want them, right? 2. At the hearing, the prosecution argued that the composite sketches of the suspect are not relevant because they're infused with subjectivity, both by the forensic artist and the witness. Wow. For him to be able to say that, like the prosecution, then to not, like, I mean, how are you even using them for anything? They're so infused with subjectivity, like this ambiguity in their discretion. They can just turn things each. They can twist everything one way or the other in their behavior, in their benefit, because it's wording in all these laws and rules and policies and bullshit. It's like, imagine something they wanted. They wouldn't be saying this, right? I mean, The sketches are prosecution doesn't want the sketches because they're infused with subjectivity, both by the forensic artist and the witness. So, but they don't want it. But then they're using them. They're using them. Oh my goodness. I watched some of it. It was pretty neat. It's pretty neat. Did you watch it? How was it? I did watch some of it, but it's pretty long. But it is cool seeing all the countries come in. Enjoyed it. The part I saw. 3, the fact that there may be subjective input in a sketch does not make the sketch irrelevant. Rather, said subjectivity should go to the weight given it by the jury and not to issues regarding inadmissibility. 4, evidence is relevant when it has any tendency to make the existence of any fact that is of consequence to the determination of the action more probable or less probable than it would be without the evidence. Some precedence examples. 12, since the Indiana rules of evidence were codified, courts continue to acknowledge that the fundamental purpose of the hearsay rule is to preserve the right to cross-examine the declarant. And precedence example. 13, to the extent the prosecution is arguing that due to the subjective nature of the sketches, there's some blanket rule that composite sketches are not relevant because they're investigative reports. This is simply untrue. One sec. Indeed, composite sketches have long been admitted in criminal cases in Indiana. So there's some precedence examples, a whole bunch of them. Precedence. 14, former Special Agent Plants also admitted that the standards, Plants is one of the sketch artists, that the standards and guidelines for forensic art and facial identification promulgated by the International Association for identification contain the best practices for forensic artists. 15, former Special Agent Plants further testify that it is the best practice that the witness may be instructed that his signature will be, yeah, I love that. So I'll go yellow. Like, the best practice to have a person put their signature, like when you, and like it's like we draw this picture of a guy, right? Here, describe him for me. Well, so, you know, let's just go here. Let's go. This guy, he has a round head. He has an oval head. It looked like an egg. I got lucky there and bumped twice for ears were there. Oh my God. Well, what next? He had really red lips. Really red lips. Oh my God. What else did he have? Fucking guy had oh my God, check it out. He had a big, thick carrot nose. Right? Oh my God, what else? The sparkling blue eyes. Oh my goodness, look at this. Oh my God, what kind of hair did he have? Oh my God, he had really dark, let me see. Yeah, he had dark black hair. Let's go with the black hair. Look at this, really dark black, long hair. Oh my gosh. Spiky, poofy hair. Oh my gosh, look at this. Is it? And a mullet. This guy. It's a mullet. And what else did he have? Oh my God. So then after they do that, they do their, so she's like, they're identifying it to this guy, and you know, Betsy Blair, picture Betsy Blair sitting there, and Betsy Blair is supposed to do this. Perfect, 10 out of 10. I will sign it. Betsy Blair, like a signature, you know, boom, boom, like a boom, boom signature. And then the sketch artist is like, I'm Mr. Plants. Well, that's great. I'm happy. Wow, 10 out of 10. I'm awesome. Boom. I'll write my name, Plants, you know. Boom. Let's sign it. Boom. Let's date it, you know, on 01, you know, 09, whatever, whenever they drew it. Boom. That's what they're agreeing to. Let's describe it. Let's do a drawing. This pencil, oh my God, perfect. Let's both sign our names to it. They didn't do it with any of them. Like what? If these people are not doing it, then their evidence is no good. They got to get rid of all this stuff. You can't just make up timestamps. You can't just start going on about stuff. So, and what does that mean? I don't understand, but make it bigger, full screen. I can't see it. That, what is that? Oh, carrot? Is that a carrot? Why does that carrot look different? No carrots. Anyway, that's the guy I saw. And I signed my name. I'll just do it so I can have something to sign. But that his signature will be a feature that allows him to identify the image in court, if necessary. Emphasis added. Instead of just an exclamation here, fuck that. I wish they would do this. Here, oh, I got emphasis. Boom. Boom, here's your emphasis. Fucking 3 exclamation points. That's a good emphasis. I need to write this. Anyway, there would be no reason for a witness to sign a sketch in order to identify it in court if composite sketches are subjective, investigative tools to generate leads and not to identify a suspect. 16. The prosecution further argues that the witnesses, right, if they're saying you can't use it because it's not signed, especially the prosecution, well then they used it unsigned, so that should be thrown like something sketchy with every piece of evidence they have. Prosecution, everything. Can't just fucking change timestamps and dates. Declare it off. ISO saith. Oh my goodness. 16. The prosecution further argues that the witnesses who assisted in the preparation of composite sketches of the bridge guy would testify that they did not see the person depicted in their sketch for a sufficient length of time to allow them to positively identify the defendant. This argument fails as the state offered no evidence at the... Oh, is this where that missing page was? What? Wait a second. What's going on here? Page 2? 5? What's going on here? These fuckers. Oh, I was supposed to go, I guess. This is out of order. So picture this before that. I guess it won't really matter as long as it's here. But so it went, these are out of order. So it's just those two are out of order. So I should have kind of clued in because it skipped from 12 to 4, went right to 12. Didn't even notice. Fucking idiot. So it doesn't really matter. But I read them all. So we'll do 5 through 11, and then we're going right to 17. Oh, see there. So this will be the end of the other one. So I should at least finish that. So I finished 16. That's why I read it. It sounded funny. This argument fails as the state offered no evidence. So I will do the responsible thing. And I will do this for if I ever come looking for this again. Dipshit. These are wrong. V said so. Go down. Wrong page. Look here next time. Anybody in the future, if you find this 100 years from now, don't read this page next. Skip it to this one. Duh. And so this argument fails as the state offered no evidence at the... Continues here, idiot. Boom. Come here. Open your damn eyes. This big, huge crab walking along the beach. Green crab. Look at him. Come read. Hearing as to the amount of time any witnesses who assisted in the creation of composite sketches viewed the suspect. Okay, thank you, Mr. Crab. Thank you. Now, I'll go read here. Then the crab comes back up here. Dude, follow the crab's trails to here. Yes. The composite sketches in this matter oh my gosh. It was from back when you were drawing the carrot nose. It's the regular carrot image. I don't know. Yeah, no. Is it on your? It looks like it's on here. Oh, I see it on StreamYard. Here, look at it. It looks weird on StreamYard. It looks like a fat piece of pie. Yeah, definitely. I see it. I look over on my YouTube. It's the cool YouTube. Yeah, it's a skinny. Like it looks like a carrot. This one here doesn't look different, or is it just me? I couldn't. Looks like a strawberry, but it's not you. Totally not you. That's StreamYard does things differently. But when I see that the carrot in comments on YouTube is perfect, it's skinny and looks like a carrot. So I didn't see that one. So I'm sorry. That's what's happening here. It looks like no carrot looks like that. Looks like a strawberry, an orange strawberry. You know what I'm saying? StreamYard. Yeah, Dee Dee's great. Love her too. But I mean, I'm not going to watch a show where I can't watch the pre-show that goes into that show. I'm not invited to that, so the fuck. I think I am. I'm not that needy. The composite sketches in this matter are images of individuals the witnesses saw on the bridge prior to the victim's disappearance on 300 North after the murders in this pen. 6. To the extent that the sketches do not resemble Richard Allen, they're highly relevant. 7. Evidence which tends to show that someone else committed the crime logically makes it less probable that the defendant committed the crime, and thus meets the definition of relevance in Rule 401 precedents. 8. Prosecution argues that the composite sketches are inadmissible because they are investigative tools. However, this does not. Well, Dee Dee's show goes into as a pre-show. Dee Dee's show is an after show, right? I've been disappeared from the previous channel just because I don't complain about it like everyone else. I got disappeared last week, a couple weeks. I don't even remember when. I got disappeared from the other channel. So what am I going to do? Sit around and wait for everyone to get done where I can't be and then go and watch fucking the after show of a show I didn't get to see? That's what. But I guess everyone kind of comes in and cries about what happened to them. I never really mentioned it. So that's all. No big deal. I'm making my own magic. If you want to be here, I love it. If you don't, I guess Dee Dee's on. Find out what she's doing. However, this does not make the sketches irrelevant and inadmissible. Investigative reports by police and other law enforcement personnel are inadmissible under blah, blah, blah. Some rule. When offered by the accused in a criminal case, precedents. 9. Since 1974, the ISC has held that composite sketches do not violate the hearsay rule when the witness and officer creating the sketch testify and are available for cross-examination. Like, imagine how many cases are here that Nick and all these people have used sketches to just nail people to the wall. How many of them? These motherfuckers probably nowhere near as good as these sketches were. Nobody's saying, oh, it's a 9 or 10 out of 10, you know? These fucking people. There's just way too much ambiguity in these for them to just use their discretion. I believe this way, that, you know, it's like the laws are written just so loosely. It can go either way. And just makes no sense. So. Well, yeah, I mean, I guess we got used to it. Yeah, it's Dee Dee shows an after show. So what am I going to do? Sit around and beg for scraps and wait for people and then fucking run to a show, after show of a show I couldn't go to? What? That's fine. Not that fucking desperate. I mean, I love Dee Dee. I love her a lot. But it's an after show of a show I can't go to. Fuck. I'm not asking them to do anything for me. Just that. 10. While Roe was decided prior to the codification, of Indiana rules of evidence, the royal court relied on the reason for hearsay rule, stating that the principal reason for the exclusion of hearsay evidence are that the out-of-court declarant was not under oath, not subject to confrontation by the trier of fact, and most importantly, not subject to cross-examination by the accused. 11. The purpose behind the hearsay rule did not change and was not modified upon the codification of the Indian rules of evidence. So I'll skip all this stuff I read, right? Or did I? Oh my God, I don't even remember. So yeah, because I was going along. No, I didn't do that. So I would have had to go here. So this would just have, so then I go back into the order I read this beginning. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Crab. Let me just, well, I don't know. Then what are you saying? Okay, well then go watch it. I don't know. Fucking Fishy came in here and put the link, and my numbers dropped in half. People went to go watch, so I don't know. Go watch the show if you want. I'm doing a show. I'm not talking about anyone. No, it's an after show. It starts. So what I'm going to do is sit around Friday night, twiddle my thumbs, and wait till her show starts? I want to do my own show. See? Why are you being like that? I like doing these shows. I'm not doing this sulking. I'm doing a show because there was no show for me. Friday night came around. I have a show. You know, that's sulking. Just said what's going on. I mean, so I can sit there and twiddle my thumbs and wait for Dee Dee's show to start. When did it start? Well, it should have been on for. Okay. Anyway. The prosecution further argues that if the composite sketches are relevant, the probative value is substantially outweighed by the unfair prejudice, confusing the issues and misleading the jury, and therefore should be excluded under REBD 418. No, I'm not. I think you're being rude. I'm trying to do a show. Fucking Fishy comes in and drops links for people to leave my live stream, and then you think I'm being sulky and rude? God. I'm trying here. Really trying here. Yeah, I'm sulking. Well, drop your link and I'll come to your live. See, prepare some stuff. I mean, the other trial doesn't seem to be captivating people. I thought it would be more interesting. I'm going to find some other stuff, I guess. Thank you for the other suggestion. Everyone didn't seem to really like or maybe we'll have to wait till it's more, I don't know. That defense lawyer and the prosecution guy, where was it? They were not compelling at all. So what does this even mean? Trying to do a show and people, what does that mean? People talking in chat? No, Fishy dropped a link to go to Dee Dee's show, and my half the people left. Pissy towards you. Do you go to other people's chats when they're having a live stream and drop a link to go to another live stream? Tell me. I mean, yeah, I'm pissy. Everyone left my show. I'm not saying you are. You're asking why I'm sulking. I didn't say it was you. You asked why I'm in a shitty, sulky baby mood. And I told you. Why? I'm a big baby. Yeah. Doesn't mean I can just turn it off when I'm talking to the next person. I have to hear. If I'm so bad, you guys don't have to be here. I know you're not Fishy. I'm horrible. Nobody has to be here. At the hearing, the prosecution argued that composite sketches are inadmissible in that because they are renderings used in the investigation process for recognition and not identification of the suspect. However, if a sketch is used to recognize a suspect and that sketch does not resemble the accused, this is highly relevant and implicates Mr. Allen's rights to confront and cross-examine witnesses under the Fifth Amendment of the United States Constitution and Article 1, Section 13A of the Indiana Constitution to meet every witness against him face to face. Good point. Yes, I love you too. Thank you. You asked why I was, you know what I'm saying, right? I never said you would. I don't think you would be so insensitive as to drop links. It's like, I got to pretend it's okay, right? And it is, I guess. People don't want to be here. Why are they here in the first place? But again, DG show starts. What do I do from, when does the show? Oh, Friday night I got to sit, twiddle my thumbs and wait for DD's show to start. I wanted to do a show, so I love Dee. I'd rather be there if I didn't start this show, I guess. This is important. Look at me. I got to get this done to move on. It's in my head. So 19, former special agent Plants testified that witnesses often provide a rating for the sketch on a scale of 1 to 10, with 1 not resembling a suspect and 10 being exact replica of the suspect. And with me getting really good at this, like when I find the next case, boom, you see me here. I didn't even know how to write up on stuff before. Now I'm saving in folders, investigating. I'm going to pick nights to go on. I'll pick times. I won't go on. I'll do different types of shows. I'm going to plan. You wait. Just forgot how great having everything handed to you is like this. So if I could find another trial like this, interesting, wrongfully convicted feelings, or at least shenanigans and questions and hopefully an appeal, but lots of documents available to read and personalities involved. Just a bunch of those depositions were great to read, and yeah, that. So I'm looking for them. So I'll probably take the next time I go to do shows. I won't do garbage shows like this. I'll just take the night off and spend the night until I get stuff ready. And for whatever reason, while it is conceivable that a sketch that was produced to which a witness applied a low score to the sketch could be misleading and confusing. A sketch with a high score that highly resembles a suspect would not be confusing or misleading. Furthermore, any confusion could easily be dealt with on direct or cross-examination. 21. The prosecution concedes that these sketches were used for recognition of leads in the investigatory stage of this matter. The sketches were widely disseminated across the state for years. Richard Allen has the right under the Fifth Amendment of the United States Constitution and Article 1, Section 13A of Indiana Constitution to meet the proponents of the sketches and to cross-examine them as to the identifying characteristics of the sketches. Wherefore, the accused, Richard Allen, by counsel, respectfully requests the court to deny the state's motion in limine regarding composite sketches and for all other just and proper relief in premises. But OJ, let me shut this down. Save it. With my amazing changes, I drew a crab. Oh my goodness, yes, overwrite. I drew a crab. This one is Hey, what's up, guys? Fishy love. Yes. Fishy love. First joint stipulation regarding, so this one is first joint stipulation regarding the matters. It's, looks like it's, let me see. First joint stipulation thingamajiggy. I kind of skipped over these. Next time I do a trial, I won't screw it up. But this is from the 18th. Basically, stuff filed on the first day of the trial, stuff filing afterwards. So, if we look at the times on these, most of the time it's on the 18th. They usually write a time. But anyways, like at the time, I want to do things in proper order. So, can't go back now. So first joint stipulations regarding evidentiary matters comes now the state of Indiana by Deputy Prosecuting Attorney Stacy L. Diener, the defendant Richard M. Allen by counsel Bradley A. Rosie, and the parties having reached an agreement regarding the admissibility of certain items of potential evidence in matters related to the separation of witness order pertaining to the jury trial in this cause. The court now finds and orders as follows. 1. The parties agree that the items referenced below shall be self-authenticated without the necessity of a witness verifying its origin, authenticity, or chain of custody. The intention of this stipulation is to promote judicial economy throughout the course of, oops, oh my goodness. Sorry, it's not, oh, fuck. Oh, One second, sorry. Grabbing my recoilers. So the intention of this stipulation is to promote judicial economy throughout the course of the jury trial in this case. However, the parties do not agree to the specific admissibility or use of any item offered as evidence, as each party reserves the right to argue such pursuant to the applicable rules of evidence. 2. All in-cell video recordings of Richard Allen while at Westville Correctional Facility or Wabash Valley Correctional Facility. 3. All video recordings of Richard Allen created through the use of handheld camcorder utilized by the IDOC staff when Richard Allen was transported outside of his cell, unless said recordings include confidential communications between Richard Allen and his treating psychologist or psychiatrist. 4. All door sheets from inmate companions or correctional officers, so long as said companion or officer is called as a witness and testifies at the trial in this cause. I think one day I'm going to do a deep dive into all those guys. There's so much bullshit. You know what? I'm going to write that down. Got to do a deep dive into this because these guys, they're fucking bullshit. Each one of those guards, I think, is full of shit. Every one of those confessions from April 4th, from April 4th, when he starts his 2023, to the 10th, when he messes up his cell. And they say there's discovery all over the place. And I bet you, I guarantee you, the 10th is when those inmate suicide companions were taken off and the guards started. And that the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th, the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th, all those confessions, supposed confessions, the notes passed under doors and that, they were passed off. And I bet is a inmate were the ones that witnessed all that. And then the guards just put their name to it, because it would look ridiculous if those inmates came, because they were running around telling their families, general population, and just talking about shit and doing everything. They weren't supposed to communicate with Richard Allen, everything. So, and they were convicts themselves, you know. Did they say those confessions were actually made to sworn officers of the law? So it all means stuff, right? So, oh, you go night, Paula. Sorry if I missed you. Awesome. Oh, clam strips. You cracking jokes, and I missed it. Oh, I missed it. Sorry. Good night, Paula. I sometimes like clam strips too. Yes, fish sticks and clam strips. Perfect. Thank you. Sorry I missed that, Paul. Nighty night. And I'm writing down everyone's suggestions. All right. Perfect. Good stuff. Sorry I missed you. A few. 5. All medical and/or mental health records provided to the parties by the Indiana Department of Corrections or its agents by way of discovery request in this case. So long as the author of the mental health record and its contents is called as a witness at the trial in this cause. 6. Items collected at the crime scene where the victims were located near the Monon High Bridge in Carroll County, Indiana. 7. Items collected pursuant to the search warrant of 1967, Whiteman Drive, Delphi, Indiana, during the month of October 2022. 8. All AT&T records containing pings or other communications to and from any cellular towers in the area near the Monon High Bridge, Carroll County, Indiana, on February 13, 2017, or February 14, 2017. 9. All AT&T cell phone records. Like, there's so much. I got to do better because all these things I would love to do deep dives. So maybe I'll pick a day, like a deep dive Tuesdays, and I'll pick a topic and we'll just kind of do the deep dive and write down timelines and stuff because I enjoy that. So I seem to get people excited. And then I'll have a day where I want to start a new trial. And a day where maybe I'm calling people and things. So I don't know, guys. And so all AT&T cell phone records for Liberty German's cell phone from February 13, 2017 and February 14, 2017. 10. Chain of custody for Liberty German's phone. Yeah. Just when I read these, it makes me nuts. So this guy, what was his name? Bunner. Cecil and Bunner. Bunner gets her phone on like the 15th, the day after the bodies are found. And then, I don't know, he does whatever. He gives it back to Jerry. He doesn't do it a full extraction. He does a half-assed one or something. And Jerry, then he gets it back again. And then months later, he gets it back again. And he's surprised he gets it back. And then in October is when he does full extraction and stuff. Like, what? It's just, how is any of this? Like, they bumbled this investigation. That's it. You don't just get to turn around and say, oh, I screwed up so badly. Like, here, just let me change a few timestamps. Oh, this girl says that she saw a guy in all black at this time when she uploaded this photo. Therefore, Richard Allen's there. Come on, so ridiculous. What are you doing here? Don't you have somewhere to be? The chain of custody for Libby German's phone. 11. The chain of custody for the firearms tested by Melissa Oberg. Yes, wow. That's another thing. Because I believe, honestly, the way I read it, I honestly believe that Melissa Oberg was saying that she admitted, basically, in not so many words, that the gun, the bullet, the unspent round that was found, number 16, item 16, number 148, was cycled through the other gun. She says it. And that's 5 years before she has Richard Allen's gun. And she ruled out the other two. So the only other gun was Weber's Sig Sauer. She says it. The other gun. And it's 5 years before she has Richard Allen's gun. So she gets a Glock. She gets someone's Glock before the bullet, half an hour before the bullet on the 17th of February of 17. And then half an hour later, she receives in her evidence, she receives the bullet, unspent rounds, item 16, on the 17th of February, 2017. And then on the 27th, she receives like a Smith & Wesson, and on the 28th, she receives like a Sig Sauer, one of those three. And then it's got to be, I'm guessing, the Sig is obviously Brad Weber's, and the Glock and the Smith are probably both one from Logan and one from Holder or something. And she says it in her testimony. She literally says it. Melissa Oberg says this. 30 minutes before I received the unspent round, item 16, exhibit 148, the unspent round found beside Libby's foot. She received a Glock gun, right? And then on the 27th, she received like a Smith & Wesson, and on the 28th, she received a Sig Sauer, or one, or whatever. Maybe the Sig was the first one. I don't know. She then goes on in the next question. The prosecutor sets her up to say, well, if you had, of the 4 guns, they talk about the other 4 guns she received in August as a distraction. Then they throw in this one, and he says, if there's the hypothetical gun is this one, and this is Richard Allen's, but it's a hypothetical, because he says to her, or she says to her, the prosecution says to her, if you had the defendant's gun, so you had this Glock, the Smith & Wesson, the Sig Sauer, and if you had the defendant's gun, would you have been able to get a better, whatever it was, statement, or, get it better, or say it better, or do it, whatever, come to a better conclusion? And she says, yeah, if I had the 4th gun, which was the defendant's, which was not in existence, because this question is asking about the beginning 5 years ago, before this gun is even a part of the scenario, Richard's gun. So it's a hypothetical. And she's like, yeah, if I had the 4th gun, I wouldn't have attributed the bullet as to having gone through the other gun. So that's this one. And then she turns around and says, well, I ruled out these 2 because the striations on them didn't match. The striations didn't match the unspent round striations, and the tool mark extractor marks. So she ruled out the Glock and the Smith & Wesson. And she says it, hindsight's 2020, like, oops, she's admitting she screwed up. If she had Richard Allen's gun 5 years earlier, she wouldn't have attributed the gun as to having gone through the other one. Well, the only other one is that the Sig Sauer, and it's got to be Brad Weber's. They were going to nail Brad Weber. Why is everyone overlooking that? They literally say it. Guns named are the only guns they ever tested. I don't know. I'm just talking about the ones in her testimony. I don't know. No, because then in August of 2023, a month before August of 2022, Oberg receives, 1 month before Kathy Shanks finds Richard Allen's tip, Oberg receives those 4 guns, the other 4 guns, and they're all the ones that are rusted out in water. And 3 of them, they're all been rusted out in water, 1, 2, and 3. She was able to use penetrating oil and use a hammer to loosen them all. But they weren't like the right caliber. They were 45s or something like that, not 40s or something like that. And then the 4th one was some armory type of one. And she's like, oh, I needed to use something stronger. So I put it in some liquid. I don't even know what it was. It was stronger than the penetrating oil that helped me get these 3. I banged them with hammers. I soaked in August of 2022, 1 month before Richard Allen. She says something about the parts, like the extractor arm and all that. She could get them out of the gun, and then somehow those were in. She put them in something to help clean them off a bit better, and it was so strong that when she came back at the end of the day, oops, I disintegrated that. But I have the serial number, guys. I have the serial number. No worries. So we got this magical new serial number now, right? But it's not new, in my opinion. It's probably Weber's gun. They did something. And then they had that whole switch of, they changed 17K, the number, to 19 because they ran out of numbers in their thing. It's such bullshit. They didn't run out of numbers. There was still 99,933 more choices they could have used. Or they could have reset this because this number is indicative of the year the crime happens. Why are we using this one? Well, this is the year. I bet they were going to either rail Logan or Weber or Holder, whoever's fucking SIG that was, I'm pretty sure it's Weber's, not this one, this one. In the beginning, she says, if I had Richard Allen's gun, I would have attributed the bullet as to having gone through this one instead of this one. But she says, but I attributed it as to having gone through the other one 5 years before she said it. And then her next paragraph, she's like, well, it wasn't the Smith & Wesson because the striations didn't match. The tool mark extraction marks didn't match the unspent round. It wasn't the Glock because the marks didn't match the round. So she ruled these two out. The only one left is this one because this is a hypothetical. This doesn't exist for 5 years. She says it in her fucking testimony. She attributed it as to having, she would have been able to get a better conclusion if she had Richard Allen's gun. But that was 5 years later. She fucking says it. It's got to be Weber's. They were going to nail Weber. Then they took his fucking case number, merged it in and all this bullshit. And now it's 17 is now 19 and all these. Oh my goodness. Item 16 is now this and that gobbledygook. She gets a gun. She disintegrates part of it. Hey, I got a serial number. These fucking people. No, because there's a whole bunch of other guns that she receives in August of 2022, a month before Kathy Shanks finds Richard Allen's tip that was never lost. She finds it on her dead husband's birthday of September 21st in 1 month. So then they can go get Richard Allen's stuff. But she finds those 4 guns, the ones in the water, are delivered to her. One disappears. So she's got this random serial number now. Perfect, thank you. And in 2019, it's coincidentally also when Kathy Shanks finds Richard Allen's tip again that was never lost. She prints it out in 2019 for whatever reason and then loses it again. Perfectly. Around the same year, they're fucking merging case numbers together too in 2019. Oh, we got a new case number. Ooh, this was on, and Kathy Shanks finds Richard Allen's tip on the 29th of October, like as if they were ready to do a October 31st announcement or whatever, you know? But they didn't. They're like, oh, we got some shit to clean up first. And then boom, 2022 comes around, fucking Logan dies in January 2022. He's out of the picture. Fucking, they got enough guts now to, these guns they say they found are been long enough that these 4 are rusted up. We've got a new serial number of this gun. Oh, I mean, look at I see it here. This is the way I see it. This is bullshit. How the fuck do you run out of numbers? You know, the case number was 17K or UC or something like that. Whatever it was. UC 000. They're at 66. Then they say they ran out of numbers. Well, why give us a new number just because you ran it? It's because you decided in 19 that you ran out of numbers. Well, fucking just reset 17. The crimes happened in 17. They say it's indicative of the year it happened, and bullshit because 00066 means there's 99,933 more numbers they could have gone with items, or just reset this properly. Why do we need to go to 19? Because I think they're fucking merging numbers. I think they merged shit. And it probably has to do with her saying that first bullet, in her testimony, she says it. She says she attributed the 16 unspent round as to having been cycled through this gun. Because this one doesn't exist for 5 years. These 2 were ruled out. Glock and Smith & Wesson were ruled out. She fucking says it. Brad Weber's gun was the gun. She attributed it. They were going to nail Weber. They were going to. Then they fucking did all this merger. I bet you there was a case Brad Weber had that they dismissed. Probably had a case of 19, right? They were going to nail him. Or Logan's. Something's going on here. Whoever was going to get arrested in 2019. Then they find Richard Allen's tip in 2019, the one that was never lost. She prints it out. They're just about to drop some news probably on right before October, Halloween. Their beautiful date. They loved it. They didn't because shit had to been taken care of. They do some merging. exhibits, some item numbers have to be exhibit numbers, all this rigmarole. They got these new guns 1 month before Richard Allen's arrested in August 2023. She bangs 3 of them with hammers and oil, gets them loose. They're not the right caliber or something. And then the 4th one is like a rifleman's or something weird name. And it's so rusted out, she can't bang it with a hammer hard enough that she puts it in some liquid she doesn't know, a stronger one. It comes back at the end of the day, and the parts we need are disappeared. They disintegrate. But she had just enough to get the serial number. Fucking plain as day to me what happened. Oops, sorry. Logan dies. The fucking month before the Kathy finds that tip again was never lost to begin with. System 3 days after in 2017, that Orion system's going nuts, triggering all these alerts because of all the words. And if you put in Richard Allen Whiteman, that fucking system would be going bonkers. It would have another reason to go nuts because it would say, hey, well, I have a Richard Allen in my system and he lives on Whiteman Drive. You got this wrong. Boom, boom. It would be a whole nother reason. Hey, the Richard Allen I know in the system, Orion would be like, oh my God, this guy, you know, all this in his tip back then, he said this, this, and this. So you guys have it wrong. There'd be a whole nother reason amongst 50 other keywords. But then Kathy Shanks finds the tip that she printed out in 2019 that was never lost for those 2 years. She found it again and prints it out and then loses it, I guess, or forgets about it until again it's convenient. Fucking obvious. Look at this. It's fucking obvious what happened here. Fucking Oberg said that if she had Richard Allen's gun back in 2017, she wouldn't have attributed it as to having been cycled through the other one. Well, the only other one at the beginning, that first month or two, was the other 6 hour, which was Weber's. Because the Glock and Smith & Wesson, she says in the next paragraph, I ruled those two out. I ruled them out because their tool mark extractor striation marks, whatever, didn't match the unspent round found by Libby's foot. Didn't match item 16. Glock and the Smith & Wesson. So if she had Richard Allen's gun 5 years earlier, she wouldn't have attributed it as to having been cycled through this one. So basically saying, I did attribute it. She said. That's basically, if you think about it, she wouldn't have if she had Richard Allen, but she didn't. So she says it went through this gun. Then all this rigmarole. How does that get through? Fuck everyone. Moving on. 12. Electronic extractions done by Brian Bunner, including extraction of Liberty German's phone, which would include the video from the phone. 13. Electronic extractions done by Christopher Cecil, including all appendices and reports for said electronics devices. 14. Extraction of Derek German's phone. They have that. Eh? Did they ever have that? Love to see his data proving that he walked around at those times too. Eh? 15. Who's Your Harvester video collected by the FBI with affidavit from the FBI Special Agent Jeff Robertson with collection paperwork that was generated when the video was collected, and so such bullshit. So if your fucking evidence as a timestamp that's fucked up, your evidence is garbage. Get rid of it. You don't get to just fucking declare timestamps are off by 54 minutes and then everyone else's timeline pretty much there's like 10 other things like this here, let's do it. So here, the Who's Your Harvester is off by 54 minutes, right? Right. Derek's timeline's pretty eerily off. If you go by what is said in the Tina Garrison report, that McCain sees him at 2:44 when he arrives. So basically Derek's there by 2:35, 2:40, right? Say 2:40, let's go through it now. And then if they only say boy and a girl, there's only one boy and a girl that we know. And I know people like to point out that there could be other boys and girls. Well, no, there wasn't. There wasn't. And all this, what we have to go with is the prosecution. Just because they don't admit or say who was there, then fuck them. Then they don't get to claim it wasn't Daniel and them. Because the only ones we do have is Daniel Pearson and Shelby Hicks. And the other two said they took a photo where they were sitting, where Derek sees them at 3:55 p.m. So they're gone by 3:50, 3:45. So if you look at this, Derek time by 3:30 when he supposedly goes in and does all that fucking walking, he walks down, he walks in at the Mears entrance, sorry. He walks in at the Mears entrance, bumps into McCain, and then he goes down to the creek's edge, comes back up by 3:45, goes to Freedom Bridge, makes some calls, walks back, this 400-pound man, goes to his car. So 3:11, he says Wilson's Bridge. 3:20, 3:25, he's sitting there calling. 3:25, gets out of his car. 3:30, he bumps into, even say 3:25, he bumps into McCain. Nope. Takes him 15 minutes graciously to get down and back. Right? So let's say 3:30, right? By all this is talking to McCain too, right? 3:30, he's down and back by 3:45. Then he goes to the Monon High Bridge first. 10 minutes, easily. 3:55, let's say 10 minutes to get back to his car, which is bullshit because a little bit extra. 10 minutes, let's be nice. 4:05, sits, he says in his test, I sit in my car here for 15 minutes to 4:20, and then he walks to the Monon High Bridge, where he then sees a boy and a girl. So that's 4:30. If you do all this walking and you say 3:11, 3:20, 3:25, go down to the creek's edge, back up 15 minutes to Freedom Bridge, 10 minutes, back to your car, 10 minutes, sit here for 15 minutes, then go to the High Bridge, at least 10 minutes. It's 4:30. What boy and girl are you seeing? If the state doesn't want to admit, there's other, and then Cody and Kelsey show up, and all three of them go across the bridge. So if he sees a boy and a girl on the bridge, they show up, they're walking past him. When do we talk? These two don't remember, these mystery people don't remember a big, huge 400-pound guy and Kelsey and Cody frantically asking and looking for missing girls. And this guy's in an orange shirt weighing 400 pounds. They walk across the bridge. They would have passed him somewhere, or they would have passed him on the way, wherever these two were. If they're still sitting out there, whatever. But that's at 4:30. These two, Shelby Duncan and Cheyenne Mills were here and have gone. So either they came back and didn't tell everybody, or Derek, if you do the timeline where McCain says he saw him at 2:44, on video McCain's arriving in the Tina Garrison report. At 2:44, McCain arrives, says he sees Derek's car already there. So if Derek's already there by 2:40, you add up all this gobbledygook, it's probably around 54 minutes. What do you get? Right? Come on, it's pretty obvious to me. You get basically the time he would have needed to be there to see the boy and girl on the bridge. Right? I mean, all this walking, he's there at 4:30. No. Which boy and girl are you seeing? For you to see a boy and girl on platform 1, you would have had to have been there by 3:45 the latest. Right? So 2:40, let's do it. Add all that bullshit walking times. You get almost exactly 3:45 or 3:40 or whatever it was. 20 minutes, 3:30. Yeah. Basically the 54-minute offset. And for him, it would have put in here by 3:45 that he could have possibly seen a boy and a girl on the bridge. By 3:20, by 3:35, 3:40, 3:45, he could have seen a boy and a girl because they were gone by 3:50, 3:55. So this is the right time, in my opinion. Derek was there way earlier. Mm-hmm. He said Derek German's in that Tina Garrison report. He said Derek German's car. He said a white Subaru, and they identified it as Derek German's car in the Tina Garrison report specifically at 2:44, and he's seen on camera Like, is that Tina Garrison report legit? It's the only thing I have to worry about. I mean, what is this? What's this one? The Tina Garrison report is in here. Exhibits. Delphi. It's in this one. Exhibits. CAD report, Teresa. The Tina Garrison. Where the fuck did I put Tina Garrison report? It's got to be in here. Oh my god, I'm a horrible person. It's here. Jeez. Thought I had it near the beginning. Exhibits and sketches. Show before. Tina Garrison. Fucking had it for sure. You know what I'm talking about. It says it in the Tina Garrison report. So obvious. It's usually right at the beginning. Gotta remember where I saved it. McCain did. Testimony. CID report. Bono. Betsy Blair. Oh, here it is. Way over here. Fuck. Here, look at this. It's right here. David McCain is observed arriving on video at 2:44 p.m. McCain said that there was a large pickup truck parked there when he arrived. McCain also said he saw a white station wagon type of car when he arrived. The truck is David Riley in his Honda Ridgeline. The car is Derek German's white Impreza. McCain said he walked to the hub of the Misha's Bluff, or then to High Bridge, Freedom Bridge, then back to his vehicle. He was observed leaving at 4:11. When leaving, he observed a female sitting on the road on a motorcycle. We have identified this as Maya Abbott. She was talking to a male in a blue muscle car. We have identified as Carl Abbott. He also observed McCain wearing a male wearing a bright orange shirt. The male was shouting, "Did you see my kids?" Identified this as Derek German. Shelby Hicks and Daniel Pearson are observed arriving at 2:48. Right? So they parked at the trailhead and are observed by McCain. Pearson said that Pearson also says there's a white Subaru four-door station wagon car and another dark-colored car. Hicks described the two vehicles as a light-colored longer vehicle and a brown smaller car. So whatever the fuck is going on, light-colored. Those vehicles have been Riley and McCain. So she sees McCain, but Daniel Pearson says he sees a white Subaru when he arrives at this time. Either way, Derek is there way before in these people's testimony. Or not testimony, in this, whatever this Garrison report is. Okay, so McCain said a white station wagon car, and the person who did the report is saying that's Derek's car. But McCain didn't know Derek's car. No. He's saying you've seen a white station wagon four-door. Right. I agree with that. Yeah. I don't know. Where did this report come from? It's fucking redacted, this shit, too. It's 4 pages, and 3 of them aren't even here. I mean, yeah. The car. Who's this Tina Garrison? Why is she doing a report? And if her reports, like all these people are doing reports, don't we trust them? Well, it could have been a fucking Santa Claus's winter beater. Yeah. I don't know. Going by what we know, right? You want to throw in conjecture. I do that too. But I mean, we can't, because we have to go with what the evidence we have, right? Obviously, that's a very logical assumption. I agree with you. But who's this person? A white station wagon type car. Like, that's pretty specific. The car is Derek German's white Impreza. You know? We should go back into McCain's testimony and see what he actually said about, because I have Derek's down pat. I know it. And this whole So McCain is leaving at 4:11. Like when you think about it, that's like 10 minutes after BG is supposed to be walking right by. Right? All these people, and fucking Sarah Carvalho drives by and sees all these people there looking concerned, looking for the girls. And BG, then she passes BG, who then walks past all these people covered in blood. Fuck, how? I can't do it. Oh, what's going on? Apologize for what? What does Charles need to apologize for? Uh-oh. You guys, if you're doing shit on other shows, why do you come here to argue? Go somewhere else and argue. Fuck. Take your shit elsewhere. Come in here and fucking carry on shit. Why? Well, I mean, why would you fucking come here to talk about other chats? I know you didn't. No. Fishy's starting drama. What? Make him apologize. Fuck. I said I didn't see it. I'm missing everything. Yo. Yeah, you did. You said yo. Right. So it's this one. What? Why are you doing this drama? What's my fucking problem? You're talking about chat from other chats. What? Charles apologized. What? You have not. You sent fucking half my people to Dee Dee's. You came and dropped a link. Hey guys, there's a great live stream out somewhere else. Fuck the Shibby guy. I'm not kidding. Talk about what you guys want. I shouldn't even read you guys. Now I'm interested. Well, who called who a cunt? That's pretty big. Did you say that? Let's see. Because he knows what they're asking. Oh my God. Now V, we're okay. Fine. I'm sorry, Fishy. Tell V what happened. Fuck you guys. What did you say? So did somebody get in a fight? No. I'm sorry. I'm a little grumpy. Ignore me. Ignore me. Don't let it go anywhere. I'm not going to read your comment. Okay, so she should apologize for letting that. Who? What came in? Who came in? I was joking too. Oh, I can get. Okay. I should put that in my. I should put that in my words. It's fuck. Yeah. Yes. Whatever. I was joking too. Okay. Yeah. I shouldn't read. No, I shouldn't read your comments. And fuck you guys. No, I meant, I shouldn't read your comments. And fuck you guys. Sorry. Why me? Why me? Why did I do this? Okay, so let's fuck it. I'm not getting caught up on this. So yeah, like, I mean, So, like he's fucking seeing a white Subaru station wagon and another dark. So yeah. So by that time, McCain is there, right? The dark colored car with black car with McCain's. And I guess the truck guy's gone. The Shelby Hicks and Daniel are arriving at 2:48, right? And they walk to the bridge and they're sitting there probably smoking joints on the first platform. And for Derek to see them there, who else do we have? I don't care if they want to throw in this. They're talking about, Derek says a boy and a girl on platform 1. Who else is on platform 1? At 4:30 then, because for Derek to do all that walking, he's not there. If we take his original time of 3:11, Wilson's Bridge, 3:20 gets at Mears entrance, 3:25 he's calling with whatever. Even if it's 3:15. Because Wilson's to here, 3:15. It's right there, past Logan's, coming to Mears, right? And then he sits there for 3:20, whatever, calling and thinking something's up. 3:25, he probably gets out of his car to bump into McCain at 3:30. No, McCain he says, I did all this walking. We know it took 15 minutes. 3:45, he's back up. Walks to the 10 minutes to get to the Freedom Bridge, 3:55. 10 minutes to get back to his car, 4:05. He sits there for 15 minutes till 4:20. Gets back out of his car from the Mears entrance, and at least 10 minutes to get back to the bridge. To get to the bridge for the first time, Monon High Bridge, at 4:30, right? Who is he seeing? What boy and girl is he seeing? Because then Kelsey and Cody show up. And if that boy and girl are there when he sees them and they show up, they're either walking past him or they're walking past him because they all go across the bridge. And they don't fucking remember a boy and a girl, who they were. Not three of them do. Or the boy and the girl don't remember a fucking big, huge fat guy in a gray or big orange shirt freaking out looking for missing kids. What? The only boy and girl we know are Daniel Pearson and Shelby Hicks, and they're gone by 3:50. Because 3:55, the other two that have peed down the hill, fucking peed down the other hill, and fucking taking pictures, and they're back on the platform where Derek says he sees them by 3:55 because they're taking photos of her feet hanging off of here. 3:55, so they're gone by 3:50. How's Derek seeing anyone, boy and a girl there? Only if you do this math. The McCain drives by 2:44. He sees him. Must have been there by 2:40. Add up all this bullshit walking around 54-minute offset. What do you get? You get a fucking perfect time where Derek would see 3:45-ish. From 4:30, take off to 2:40 to 3:30. That's easily fucking 50 minutes. Take that time off and you've got 4:30 to 3:40, 3:45. Yeah. Derek is there at 3:40, 3:45. You could easily have seen them, boy and a girl. But at 3:45, Derek's just got his ass back up from down to 501. He's still got to go to Freedom Bridge. He's got to go back to his car. He's got to sit there for 15 minutes. Then he's got to go to the High Bridge. What'd you get set up? Whatever. I told you it's okay to tell people to leave my chat. How many other chats you go into and drop links to say, hey, there's another live stream on, go there? Come on. I pretend it's okay, but I don't like that. I mean, it's fine if you want to leave and go there to drop a link in my chat, say, go somewhere else while I'm live. Who does that? You think that's cool? Oh, good. How many other chats do you do that? You do that in like other chats? Let me know. Which other chat? When was the last time you dropped a link for another live stream in another chat to say, hey, go there? Let me know. I'll be curious. I reserve the right to be cranky. It's fucking. Who doesn't support Didi? Who doesn't support and Charles? I support Didi. I love Didi. So okay, so let me go see it. Let me go see it. Which chat? Actually, do drop links in every chat. Yeah, you drop links for other people to leave to go to another live stream, and you say, hey, somebody else is on live. You do? Which one? I'll go look. I'll go look. And when was the last time you did that, Fishy? I'll prove it. I'll go look right now. We can drop. What channel did you do that on? Which live? I'll scan through the whole goddamn live. Which one? Cryptexes? Amy, Cold Case? Which one? I'd love to go see it. Uh-oh. You're being censored by your speech to text. Yeah, you reserve that right. Sure. I know. You definitely reserve that right. Don't try to deflect now. You think I'm not taking the bait. Your speech to text is not going to distract me with those asterisks. Come on now. Who's live? Look. Yeah, you did it twice to me. Look, you guys. Yeah. Whatever. I don't care. Oh my goodness. So let's do this. 15. Who's your harvester? Video collected by the FBI with an affidavit from FBI Special Agent Jeff Robertson, fucking full of shit, with a collection of paper that was generated when the video was collected. 16. Becky Patty, Mike Patty, Anna Williams, Kathy Allen, Janice Allen, And Jamie Jones. What's that? Jamie. Oh, that's one of the guards, right? Oh no, that's the propane guy. Yeah, the propane guy. One of the other propane guys, right? Shall be excluded from the separation of witness order issued, such that all of these individuals shall be permitted to attend the jury trial without being excluded from fact, rebuttal, witness in this case. See you later. Do you? What did she say? What was her live? Are you guys talking to me or Charles or each other? I don't even know what you're talking about. Bye. See you later. Do you? Good. I don't, probably. If I knew what you're saying. Yeah. I mean, sure. Yeah. Listen, you go back and listen to 30 hours of mine and you see how mean I am. Yeah, I'm the meanest guy. I'm rude. I'm mean. Yes. Right. Right. I'm going to say it's not. You think people need to, but I mean, are you dropping lives to go to other people's? No, you dropped one about Peggy's. It wasn't live. It was like a short she put up. What are you talking about? She was saying she dropped the live stream chat and says, go leave this live stream you're in now. Go to another live stream. Nobody would do that. You're not doing that anywhere else. Come on. And what am I going to do? At the time, I was like, yeah, that's great. And if you don't want to be here, why would you be here? What? Save it with my drawings. See, this is good to read these because they stir ideas up for other stuff. Fucking 100. I don't know. 3 or 4, 5, 6. I don't know. Sure, I'm happy. Yeah. Whatever. Yeah, it's great. Go around. Go to criminalities. Go to somebody else's and say, hey, there's another live stream on. Go to profs and say, there's another live stream on. Here's the link. Everyone leave. Go to this other live stream. The defendant's motion in limine regarding videos from the victim's phone comes now. The defendant. Yeah, I'm fucking grumpy. It's fucking 4:30 in the morning. Richard Allen, by counsel, and moves the court to prohibit the state from eliciting testimony as to the words and sounds allegedly contained in the video recovered from Liberty German cell phone. In support of this motion, the defendant states as follows. 1. The defense believes that the state will seek to introduce video and audio enhancements of the video recovered from Libby's cell phone. Said video was taken on February 13th. That's what I like to talk about also. This fucking video. It's obviously that Bunner guy. It's like him going on about this whole VLC media player and screenshots and all this baloney. He says, oh, I had to use a VLC media player, right? And it's a good thing because it has lots of options. That's why I use these ones, because you have lots of extra options where you could, like where you can kind of like skip ahead. When you're watching videos, you can kind of skip ahead and change. You can do so much more with like players like MPHC, and this is like VLC. It's got all these extra options, and it's open source and free. You can do so much with those, so much more than regular media players. So that's why they're using the VLC. It's free. It's great. It has so many functions. You don't need to buy paid versions. But he's using that VLC to do it frame by frame, step. Here, I'll show you. Like you can, do steps. Really easy. Where's the exhibit? Exhibits. It's way out here. Sorry. So in Delphi videos. Let's say we go to the drone video, right? Or This is the one here. This is a great one. If you're playing this, can you guys here? I'll change it to. So I'm getting rid of this. I'll change it to this one, so you guys can see the controls. Can you? Oh, just barely. Yeah, you can see the controls, right? So what you do is, if you got it paused, right? So watch, you can change the speed really good, right? So here, I can bump it ahead to like 1.5, 2, 2.5, so 4. But when it's paused, if I pause it, I could then do little steps one at a time. These are steps, steps, steps. I'm doing little steps, right? And then on like Windows Media Player and all that bullshit, if I'm trying to show you guys stuff, I could then do this. I could then put it way across. Oops, sorry. Sorry. I put it like this. Oh, I pushed the wrong button. There we go. I can push it way across and way down. Watch. And then when I hold number 9, it does this. Fucking zooms it right in. So you got to go, because up in the top left corner we're trying to get. So I get across to the right as far as I can, and I get down as far as it allows me to go. And then when I hit the 9, it zooms up that top corner. See? This is why they're using these. And they're free. Open source. Right? So if I were to go full screen for you, and I'll get rid of my stupid banner. That's what's about it. So then you can then see, well, you can't see it anymore, right? Because then I can use my keypad and just kind of like, you know, I can go across one screen at a time. If I hold it down, you'll see the van go by wherever it is, right? You know, it's got to be around here somewhere, 240 something. Van whips by soon. Just as an example, unless I've already missed it. I probably already missed it. Oh, there it goes there. So it's at, there it goes there, sorry. So then I keep it paused, and I would then, I'm on my keyboard. There we go, I can go step by step, hit one step at a time, boom, boom, boom. This is what they're doing with BG. So then he's doing this and taking a screenshot, and then he's going ahead one step, one step, one step, one step, one step, one step. See that van going across, right? This is what they're doing with BG. And I think they obviously they made that video, right? So that's what you were looking at. It's way up here. So that's why they're using these players, because you can change speeds. You know, if you stop it and play again, it resets the speed back to normal. If you pause it, you can then start going screen by screen, one at a time, bop, 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 frame by frame. So and where the fuck was I? I'm not even reading chat because I got my banner back on, and I'll put my comments back up. Sorry. Oh. Ooh, is Charles upset now? What's up? Was it that bad? No, don't be sorry. Are you mad? It's okay. Let it out. I'm being a baby. Oh, stop stepping on your. Oh my God! I'm not even reading you guys. Look. Yeah, some crap. That's why I read. Oh, this is new. Like 1 or 2 what? Are you feeling getting madder than me? I'm not. I'm grumpy. Grumpy. Come on. As if I would never go to somebody else's chat and drop a live stream. Say fucking go somewhere else. Come on. If you think I'm a jerk, fine. I said it. I'm the jerk because somebody else is dropping live stream chats, links to go to leave my live stream. Which one do you think's that's cool? Well, tell me. I don't know. 10, it's okay. No, a big baby. So this fucker Bunner is using this VLC player to make that video, taking screenshots. Why? So they could piece together some bullshit, probably from possibly like a trail cam or something. Like in what world would an iPhone 6 get that blurry? It never would. Never. I have an iPhone 6 right here beside me. I could take a video during the day, fucking 200 feet away. And you can quadruple tap. You can use double tap and zoom it and you can triple tap it and slide your fingers up and down. The triple tap and zoom it right in, and it never turns blurry. Never. So bullshit. So the defense believes that the state will seek to introduce video and audio enhancements of the video recovered from Libby's cell phone. Said video was taken on. And that Snapchat photo. Don't we love that Snapchat photo? Because here, Snapchat photo. Where the fuck was it? There's the CAD report. What does it say? Well, it says that at 6:06 p.m. Oops. 6:06 p.m. 3 hours ago, a photo. 6:06 p.m. 3 hours ago, a photo was posted on Snapchat by the High Bridge. Well, is that the Libby photo, right? On the High Bridge. And if you go back 3 hours, that's 3:06, which would basically be 3:07 p.m. Say 3:07 p.m. is what? And one exactly, or 3:06 is pretty close. Picture, So picture being off 54 minutes. So if you go back 54 minutes, what do you get? But then it takes them a couple minutes for people to call and relay this information. So let's go back, 5 minutes, right? Go back to 6:01 or 6:02. And then what is that? That's exactly 54 minutes ahead of the 2:07 the photo was supposed to be. Every one of them. Go to 2:07, add 54 minutes. That's what? 3:07 minus 6 minutes. So 3:01 p.m. And about 3 or 4 minutes later, they're writing this down, meaning they relayed the information that 3 hours earlier, the photo was posted. No, it wasn't. 4 hours earlier. How are you looking for two missing girls saying 3 hours? Everyone's got a 1 hour discrepancy, around 54 minutes to an hour. And the FBI's discrepancy, we declared the timestamps off by 54 minutes in February 19th, a couple days after, of 2017. Yet a month later, when we write Logan's PCA search warrant thingy, they say the girls were dropped off at 1 p.m. Are you saying the FBI is getting it? Come on. Everyone's off by this time. So it's bullshit. It's obvious that 54 minutes is bullshit. Everyone's times should be adjusted by 54 minutes. Added, they should take 54 minutes off of everyone's time, and you're going to get a better picture of what really happened. Derek's, it's the starting one. Everyone's. Take 54 minutes off. You're going to get what really happened. Everyone has a discrepancy that looks like they're off 54 minutes exactly. Because if you take 54 minutes to get it to the, boom, then you'll get the 2:07. They say the Snapchat photos, that they can't even prove. That is supposed to be after the 143 photo in the car. Yet that's attainable, but this one isn't. Come on. They're all running around that bridge. Who had that photo? As if they would get rid of it. They're running around the bridge, running across looking for him. Catron is banging on Weber's door on the other side because they saw this photo at the very least. I think they even saw that video right away because it would have been uploaded to her cloud, and, in my opinion. But anyway, I rambled on. I think I'm going to shut it now. Oops. That's all right. Fuck this. See, I got distracted. So that case, I don't know if you're still here, V. I don't think people are into that case, or the way it was. And the other one seemed interesting, but it was not. So we'll back to the drawing board. All right. Any last requests before we shut her down? You guys, adios. Sorry if I was grumpy. Have a good day.
Ladies, pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. All you ladies, pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. Just do it, do it, do it, do it, do it, do it, do it.